for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. Sa.neter speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I used to use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sisters to the light. Yeah. The house is closing in and it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the showcase, the toughest terrain where the truth hits hard. The cut spring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and deep. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Wake the sisters up with the fire in their soul, taking back their story, gaining full control. Get your mind right, leave the Bible behind. The Bible is not your history, your soul will be hard to find. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the die. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner side. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light. The house of consciousness. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. I won't stop, I won't stop, I won't stop. Sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. I won't stop, I won't stop, I won't stop. Love, where you at? Where my people at? Now, Pat, where you at? Where you at? Where my people at? I need you to help me on this mission. Yeah. This is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of the prison. This is for my brothers trapped in religion. Sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. It's sad to see you believe in Jesus, where your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. Oh, God killer, not gonna let that slide. You drowning in a myth, you had nowhere to hide. The HOK is the toughest environment. While we trade blind faith for mental empowerment. I believe in scriptures for your mind, this is the key. It's time to unlearn everything you believe. The house of consciousness, start looking within. That's where the real liberation begins. Oh, this is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of that prison. This is for my brother trapped in religion. Sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. The HOK is more than just a place. It's a tough environment where you check your faith. Bomb squad and pseudo killers who check your sources. Don't come in front cause you will live for loss. Is the Bible written to break your spirit, built to keep you low, feeding you metaphors, stopping your growth. These is for my brothers trapped in religion, sa.neter to be the truth. You know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. It's sad to see you believe in Jesus, while your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. Now in the toughest and roughest environment, don't make this a disappointment. This is the HOK where stars and legends are born. Hey, yo, Yara and Mr. Apostle, the Bible got you speaking static, thinking you dropping knowledge, sounding erratic. All you Israelites in easy bands to chasing the fame, while I'm out here banging on the Bible, mentioning your names. Did God really do that? What is you talking about? Changing scriptures up for Zodiac, looking for signs while I'm reading the word line by line, and you're just reading between you. A fraud is written all over your face, while the HOK is trying to free the minds with grace. White slave, master whip you, keeping you in your place. Check the pressure, Bakwash, your foundation is brittle. When you step into the HOK, don't act crazy, be civil. Apostle Yara, easy bands and all you Bible thumpers. Did God really tell Abraham to sharpen the knife? To take his only son and gamble with his life? Did God really send bears for kids play in the street just cause Elisha's bald head couldn't handle the heat? Easy bands, you out here quoting the Bible with Yara schemes, but your life is full of loopholes and nothing but dreams. The problem is not our women, it's you weak men in the dark, terrified, hiding behind the white man's shadow, no spark. You wrap the Bible around your mind, mental chains rust. Use the scriptures every time you talk, keep us in the dust. Israelites are crazy, talking about the 12 tribe charts. The HOK break biblical facts down, tear you apart. Did God really turn a woman in a pillar of salt? That is crazy work, God, it's all your fault. Did God really send the plagues and kill the firstborn sons? The Bible is a bloody book, Passover, kill, the work is done. Did God really tell Moses, keep the virgins for yourself after burning down the cities and the idols on the shelves? Is this Bible really holy? Suit up. Mercy moves so cold and slowly, spared only the young girl. Take one for yourself, God said. Hand them down to Israelite to lay them in the bed. Damn, damn, yeah. Did God really say if she's beautiful and bright, you could snatch her from her family in the middle of the night? Force her to the house, make her shave off her hair, clip her nail down while she's drowned in the fed. 30 days of weeping for the parents that you slew, before the holy law says she belongs to you. Damn, it's sa.neter, why the Israelites don't see this is wrong. As I react, you have some explaining to do.
Yeah. Where's my man at, man? Who always come up in here talking crazy. He got, what's his name again, Suntan? He got a Muslim name, but he's a Hebrew Israelite. What's my brother name?
Omar Muhammad.
Yeah, Omar Muhammad. Where you at, Omar Muhammad? Yeah.
Omar, he interesting.
I'll say that again.
I said he's quite interesting. He followed the captain.
Yeah.
He said,
Well, you see what the title is.
Let me see. I just hopped on, man. sa.neter checking the level of consciousness where we are as a people. Right. Hey, so I can't knock nobody for what they believe, but still, when you go to follow another man, I kind of question that. You can follow the man's concepts and his ideas by examination and by fact checking, but I wouldn't say I follow sa.neter. I won't say that, but I would say I would roll with sa.neter, on some of the ideas, but I wouldn't, because I already said, since I came in the House of Consciousness, you woke me up, and the House of Consciousness woke me up to a lot of information that I didn't know. Right. But I'm not following you. I'm not following no man, dude. So
there's nothing wrong with following the truth.
Right. I mean, the information.
If you don't know it, because I have followed man before. I followed Dr. Khalid. If Khalid was here right now, I'll be following Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
But
I don't have to agree and believe in everything he believes in. Because no man does that. Not one of us believes in everything another person does. That's what makes us unique. That's why we are individuals, Not one man, not one person have the same, hand.
Thought and the same thought process,
You hear what I'm saying? Did you see what I'm saying? We all have different lines, man. All of us don't have the same.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
But you kind of missed what I said. I don't mean follow a man. I follow the man, but I won't get on here in 2026 and say I follow a man. I'm not going to say that.
Hey, Moses, hit the link. This is about you. It's about all of us, man.
Yeah, you got to get Moses up in here,
I'm
man.
on the level of consciousness and where our people at.
Hey,
Talk
Si,
to people.
You get what I'm saying, though, Si? You on mute.
Yeah.
Now, you get what I'm saying, though, Si? I'm just saying I'm not going to say I follow a man. I'm just not going to say that. But that's it. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not attacking him. I'm just not going to say it.
Right. I got you. I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying. But I'm checking the level of consciousness right now and where our people at. I want to see if they are dealing with realismism, or are you still stuck in the box, coming up out of slavery? If you're still caught. You see, Suntan, you say things like, your religion is personal and stuff like that.
Start with me.
Yeah. You say your religion is personal and why should anybody know what the white man have given you for your life? Why should we know what the white man has given you, your slave master? It's nothing personal about that, bro. You should bring it out, let the people know so that you could be able to begin to heal yourself. You're hiding this white man. That's all you're doing is you hiding the white man.
Got it wrong, man.
No, I don't. You call it religion, but it's really the white man. It's really the white man locked inside of your mind in your headquarters. Listen, Haile Selassie, and I got Black Mill up here. Haile Selassie, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. See, I even mentioned my leader, my champion.
Okay.
Minister Louis Farrakhan. All of these great men, Dr. Ben, all of these great men. Guess what?
What?
It's not something they can do that you can't do. You can do the same thing. You should not put a man above yourself, brother. You don't need to put them above yourself. But what do? We end up following them as the leaders. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You follow, you learn, and then you move on and teach. Don't act like they are, like they don't make mistakes. Like, they so much above being human. No, man. We all make mistakes. sa.neter, are you sure you want me to be on the platform today?
Who is that, Moses?
You know that's Moses. That's Moses. Moses, yes, I want to see where your consciousness is at. We got Ashe in the building. Shout out to Ashe.
Peace,
I want to see where everybody not consciousness.
Black Mill,
Now, y'all know the summer is coming. The weather is changing. And I'm going to be outside. I got Professor Larry tomorrow coming to the studio. We're going to get a nice little interview in the building. And it's getting warm again. And so I will be out.
That would be my question, man.
hold on. I will be out more, bringing in this information, bringing in the knowledge. And so we're going to deal with realismism. And I want to see where the knowledge is at, where the information is at, how far we are as a people in our level of consciousness. That's what I want to know.
Okay. Let me say this to you, sir.
Say it to me.
Because
come on up here, Moses.
Yeah, get on in here, Moses. We want to know about you and the slides. Hey, but listen, what I say, sir, is this. I'm still on a journey at my age, right? I came in purely thinking Christianity back in 2017. That was all I knew, right? Didn't know nothing about Egypt. Nothing, I didn't even know the ancient history. So listen, just as, and I'm going to compare myself just like this, just as a struggle in life, like Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, all the black people took what they knew about the Bible and spirituality, and they thrived with it, and they still became what they became, right? Because it was a white man teacher that they got too. However, right now, 22, listen, you got to understand, it's a heart and it's a mindset, sa.neter. When you struggling and you trying to live, you take what you got and you make the best of it. So now that I have all this information now, right, I still am thriving to learn more, because you yourself with the realism, you can't explain where you come from, but besides your mother, and you can't understand where you going once you leave here. See, all of that stuff is out of our realm. So that begs me to think out of the box. That's, how did we get here? Why is this earth is so great? And this and that and the third. So that's where my consciousness lie out in the galaxy and the elements and all this information that's out here, right? I'm away from religion and going to church and being in a cult and doing this and not listening to what people tell me to do. What I'm doing now is relying on the information that I now have, right? I'm relying on that. And I'm not pushing my spirituality on nobody, because it has helped me just as it helped Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and everybody else who used it. It'll help me up to this point. So I'm going to say this in our land. I remember days I used to drink, man, I stopped drinking in 1997 and getting high. So I used to walk drinking, saying prayers, and just walking, being aware of a spiritual awareness as I was doing my thing, man. And I used to be rolling, doing everything. But I end up right here at this point in 2026. I quit drinking in 1997, quit getting high, period, right? So my spirituality lies in the thoughts of the universe and information, not in no cult where I go to church every Sunday and watch these people pray and do their thing out in the open, which is fine with me, and I don't have no pushback against people. Only pushback I have is when a person trying to convert me to what they think. You muted, sir.
All right, I hear you, brother. I will say this about you, Suntan.
Yeah.
Is that you're definitely growing. You're not stagnant from where you was. So I can't hold that against you. That you still got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Because sooner or later, maybe next year, maybe 3 years from now, who knows? That you will be over the fence completely. It's going to take a little time, just like it did me. I used to be a Christian. A young brother walked up to me and was asking me about God. And I'm silly as hell. As I'm listening, I'm looking up in the sky and saying, God is up there. I'm pointing up in the sky. And the church is right across the street from me. And he said, black man, no, sir. He said, you God, black man. You're the God. And I ended up just going crazy on the brother. So I remember all of that. You know what I'm saying? Going crazy.
I could dig it.
It was a stepping stone. I didn't get it at that point. It took me a few years to get it. And I was like, damn, I remember the brother was saying this and saying that, Yeah. And so you know what it took for me to actually wake up? I might as well say it.
Go ahead.
It took me going to prison to wake up. And that's when I said to the people, and they didn't understand it, I said, that was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Me going to jail, me going to prison, me going upstate to Clinton, Dannemora. And the people couldn't, what you mean that's the greatest thing that ever happened to you? Because me, as a young man outside, all I was dealing with was drugs in the street, hustling, poisoning the minds of my people as a young man, because I ain't know no better. And so I'm out there doing crazy stuff, you know, poisoning the minds of my people, including myself. And so when I got caught and I finally got a chance to sit down for some years. I didn't go to the basketball court, didn't go to the weight room. Inside of the joint was a brother from the Nation of Islam. His name was Brother Shabazz. And Brother Shabazz came and threw a book on my bed, on my bunk. Now, you know, we hear the stories of if anybody throw anything on your bed, you don't like that. Don't need it, especially a candy bar. Don't need it. But I ain't never thought about the book. So I come back from child, I see the book on my bed. I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? I threw it on the flats. Didn't even look at it. Threw it on the flats. I go outside when it was time for the yard, and the brother approached me. He said, yo, brother, did you get a chance to see the book that I gave you? And I said, oh, you're the one that gave me the book. He said, yeah, that's the message to the black man, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, like that. And he said, yo, that book is going to open your eyes up, man. You need to check that out. So basically, I'm not saying that I'm like Malcolm X or who is Malcolm X. I'm not saying none of that.
Right.
Basically, the same goddamn story that Malcolm went through first, I ended up going through the same thing, brother. Word is born. I know I'm not the only one. I'm quite sure there's other people out there that will tell you their story just like that. A brother came to me and he had on his bow tie. And next thing you know, I started listening to the brother because he was bringing that knowledge, that consciousness that I never heard before. You know what I'm saying? And so I listened to him. Next thing you know, I joined the Nation of Islam inside of the penitentiary. Right. And we formed a whole clique. So you had the Muslims, you had the gangs, you had the sinners, and then we had the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam and the 5%ers were like cousins to each other. That's what we called ourselves. Oh, those are our cousins. Right. You know what I'm saying? And so in there, man, I sent home. I told my wife, I said, yo, I need some bow ties and I need some white shirts. Next thing you know, I got the bow ties coming in and the white shirts, and I'm walking around the prison with the bow tie on. Yeah, and I started teaching. And I was like, damn, this knowledge is like when you're a little child, like you go to the candy store and you're so happy to get the candy and you happy. That's the way the information was to me because it was something new that I learned. And every time I learned something, I couldn't wait to go and teach somebody else. Right. That's the way it was for me. And so I think that's one of the reasons why I never went back to prison. I came home in 1995. I always wanted to meet Khalid Muhammad because I heard Farrakhan speaking on WBLS every Sunday morning. And for those of y'all who know, you know. Every Sunday morning, Farrakhan would be on WBLS, and that's when we had when you was able to buy Walkmans in jail. You was able to buy Walkmans and put it on, and you got the radio, and you got your tapes, and you be able to order hip-hop music and all of that from the books. I was always tuned in to Farrakhan speaking, and I heard about the white man is the devil, and this and that, and I was like, God damn, the white man the devil. I'm all the way upstate, looking at all these white men, looking at tattoos on their arm with a black baby and a rope around their neck with the tattoos. I heard about Clinton Dannemora with black bodies under the ground, under the gym floor. Y'all ever heard of that? Yeah. So you know, I was like, God damn, I was young and I was like a little afraid, a little bit scared, but then I had to stand up, you know. And so they would crack your cell at night if you giving them problems. You will hear your cell open up and you'd be like, I ain't walking out there. I'm not walking down. You got to walk down the whole goddamn corridor. I ain't walking out there. I know what this is. This is a beat down right quick, you know? And so that's the way it went, man, for me. So I couldn't wait to come home. I came home in 1995. The first place I went was to Mosque number 7, 127th Street, Lenox Avenue. Mosque number 7, brother. Where Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad was the spokesman, not the spokesman. He was the minister for Mosque number 7. And soon as I get there, here it is. He's suspended. That's when Farrakhan suspended him. You know what I'm saying? Suspended Khalid from Islam. And so Khalid walks out. I never registered. I followed Khalid Muhammad. He came to the UAM, the United Movement, the United African Movement. And so I went over there to see him. And that's when he started talking about rebuilding the Black Panther Party. And I was like, wow, I got to go to that meeting. I go to the meeting. You got people from Brooklyn, from Harlem, from Jersey, you name it. They out there. And he was like, yo, who I got that's going to run Bronx? The brother stepped up. Who I got going to run Jersey chapter? My man, Divine Allah, and my brother, Ja. They both raised their hand. Ja became the Minister of Information. Divine became the chapter, the chairman. And when he got to Harlem, I was like, yo, I want Harlem. And so I jumped up real quick. I got Harlem. And that's when I became the chairman of the Harlem chapter. We had the biggest chapter, brother, in Harlem. And I missed that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm out there fighting for the freedom and independence of our people.
Yeah.
Going up against Giuliani. So if you know who Giuliani is, brother.
Yeah, we know.
Come on, man.
Stop and frisk, man.
Yeah. Yep.
I know about it. I just want to say this, son. I'm not.
At that time, I was a Muslim, brother. And my name was Salik Quran. Salik Quran. So people know me by Salik Quran, you know? and so I was in the process of growing and elevating. So then I got this job from the inside. You know, it's about who you know. So I met this brother by the name of Kojo. He was my teacher, right? And he was always dealing with comedic knowledge. He would give me videotapes every day. I was working for HRA, Human Resources Administration. And I was working for HRA, brother. And he would give me videotapes every day to take home. Oswald Kwesi. I mean, you name it. Professor Walter Williams. And that's how I got out of the religious aspect and started going towards Kemet. You see what I'm saying? So I was really going in and believing in Kemet like Rakufu do today. Just like Rakufu do, I was starting to believe in Kemet. But then as I'm getting older and older, I said, hold up. All of this stuff is really man-made. From the Bible to the Quran to ancient Kemet. It's all man-made. It's just that Kemet is just older and where they get a lot of the information from. And so that's why I never took that on like, yeah, I'm Kemet. I'm a Kemetic. Nah, I just study it. I just learn from it. That's all I'm saying. So that's just a little something right there. I could go on and on telling this story, man, telling my story, bro. I'm 63 years old, so you know I got a lot to talk about right now. Let me hear from my brother, Ashe. What up, Ashe?
What's going on with your side, man? What's going on? What's the topic in particular?
The topic is checking the level of consciousness and where we are as a people. Checking the level of consciousness. So, you know, I used to do a lot of skits outside in the street, and that's coming back again, where I would hang up Jesus, Malcolm, and
that's why I first encountered you at.
Yeah, and I would ask the people, which one of these men stand out more to you and why? Which one mean more to you and why? So that's coming back. I want to see where we at now. I want to see where the level of consciousness is of our people. Me and Dr. Reggie, we did it in Harlem twice, but we went all the way uptown where the Dominicans at. Man, you best to believe it was like maybe one or two Dominicans that said, this man right here, Malcolm X. They made the whole damn tribe of the Dominicans pick white Jesus.
Hey, Sal, let me say this real quick.
And so I said, those are the new niggas in America. When I saw that, I said, they are the new niggas. See, we getting away from it right now. but the Dominicans have become the new niggas. Right? No hard feelings on my Dominican family. No hard feelings.
That wasn't a Dominican that told you, man, what you say about Jesus?
Yeah, you can't talk about Jesus to them, bro.
Right. He's ready to knock you down. Hey, so I just want to say this real quick. It ain't no fence with me. I don't see no fence. So I'll leave it there. It ain't no fence with me.
It's a fence there. You just
no, it's not, brother.
It is, brother. You in the now, brother.
Let me explain to you something. I gotta go quickly. I gotta tell you this. A fence is when, listen, son. A fence is when you have some sort of disagreement with a truth. When you believe something and you study going on another side. That's a fence. When you in between thought. I'm not in between anything. I'm moving forward. The fence is left behind, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It's not a fence. I don't have to be one way. That's a culture. And that's a sort of a cult when you one way. You just one way. That's your way, one way of thinking. That's not me. I think out the box. And I'm not sitting up here trying to, defend nothing. I'm just telling you, it ain't no fence with me. I understand each level of spirituality that's I endures in my life. So I'm not on no fence about anything.
What is your spirituality?
My spirituality is to be a good person, live, work hard, and try to provide for my family and leave some sort of legacy when I leave here. And anything that's amongst the spirituality, what I think about that can help me greatly is because I go to people. People is what helps you, and you help yourself. You understand? That's what helps. You can't sit and pray and for a job and think it's going to come. You got to go out there and look for a job. And got to prepare yourself with skill to get a job. Anything that you got to do it within yourself. Then you go out. You don't leave it up to just no prayer. You can't sit still and say, I prayed for this and this. That don't work with me. I passed that stage. You follow me? Anything that you need in this earth, you got to go out.
You don't pray to God? You don't pray to God no more?
No, not in that sense.
Or in what sense you pray to God?
I pray to God just to teach. I pray to a deity. Listen.
You get ready there.
No, I'm telling you, dude. I ask for wisdom and knowledge within myself because.
And you ask who for that?
I ask the universe.
Nah, brother. I said God. Now you saying the universe.
That is God.
Do you still pray to God? That's what I asked.
Yeah, to the universe. Yes.
So you pray to the universe. The universe is God.
Yes.
Come on, man. Come on, son.
Well, see, hey, Si, you got to be able to be in my shoes to understand my situation because it have came through and helped me. I told you, dude, I was at the point in my life where I had exactly nothing. And the only reason I had nothing because I let drugs take over my life.
And so God came into your life.
I let all of that stuff go. Listen, I didn't pray to let it go. Right. I prayed sometimes, but I let it go.
Right. God came into your life and you guys.
God was always there. Even when I was at the lowest point of my life. The thought of God and the spirituality was there.
Oh, hold on, Santan. Hold on. So you said God was always there in your life.
In my mind. In spirituality, yeah. I always thought God because I was raised in Christianity. So I was at my lowest. Right? And God was there in my mind spiritually. But I can
see Apostle right now saying, go ahead, Santan.
Until I let it loose all the vices. Myself, when I let loose drinking, getting high, smoking weed. Once I let it loose all of that.
Right? And God helped you.
No, I did.
It's all right.
I helped you.
God helped me. God, yes, I did it, but God helped me also.
The thought of God helped you, right? Yeah, the thought of God is right.
All right to say that.
Oh, yeah. Already. Hey, look at here. I have no contention.
Let me finish that point, Si, if I can.
Yeah, let me come back on over to Ashe
before they do their thing. Now, I think that the level of consciousness that we still in and we've adopted as Black people is that we stepped away from oneness. We stepped away from wholeness. And we stepped into this very hostile of the boss, if you would. When I say code of the boss, we step into these facts and spiritualities and religions where it's centered usually like around one man, or even the idea of a man. Like they say God's not a physical man, but everything you see in the Bible, like he's a guy. And this stuff goes all the way like back to ancient Kemet, if you would, because you even will see it like with the Asar cult. You're going to see Asar, and then you're going to see Ptah, and you're going to see these masculine figures that have to be worshipped. They feel this need to be worshipped. If you're not rocking with that, then you're going to be seen as an outsider. It's not promoting wholeness. Step into Zoroastrianism, and you have Zoroaster, same guy, same thing going on. Those people later on turn into Islam, and now you see Muhammad. You get Christianity, you get Jesus. So I think that we've just replaced those figures with new like earthly figures, individuals like a Dr. York, individuals like I agree, Dr. York, a Yahweh Ben Yahweh, a nature boy. These are the individuals, like, so we make them now. We have not got out of that. Once we get back to that unity, and I think that that's going to start with actually develop a plan to protect the woman and the child first. Once we can come to a certain type of uniformity with that, we actually have something better going on. But long as we into these factions where I'm a Hebrew Israelite and so you a heathen, so I don't rock with you. I'm a Christian, you into spirituality, I can't rock with you. Long as we keep all that divisive mess up in our community, we ain't gonna go nowhere. So we still stuck in that cult of the boss. The cult of I'm the most important one on the planet. I'm an Israelite. I'm a Muslim. We the cream of the crop. We the best ones. And until we get out of that cult, that mental cult, we barbecue.
I agree with you 100% on everything you just said, brother. 100%, man.
All that was fugazi.
No, it wasn't fugazi. That's it.
What it is.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Apostle. I want to ask you, Apostle. I'm coming to you now. Let me put you on the big screen. Remember, thousands of people is going to see this, Apostle. You 68, right? You 68?
No, I'm 70.
All right, you're 70, Apostle.
In 1 month, I'll be 71.
I wish I had Brother Lie up here. You're 70 years old. 70 years old, Apostle. Here's the big question for you. Here's the big question for you. Right now, the young people are watching you, brother. If you had a choice to only pick one, would you choose science or will you choose God?
God.
Damn. You failed, brother.
No, I passed.
You failed, brother.
I passed.
Okay. You think you passed?
No, I know I passed.
So you would choose God. All right. If you had a science book in one corner and you had the Bible in another corner, and the Bible is like the roadmap to God that you think it is, which one are you choosing?
The Bible.
Damn, Apostle, you let me down, brother.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. But God has been that much to me, man. Without God, I would not have a daughter.
What?
And grandchildren.
Say that again.
Without God, I would not have a daughter in my life.
Why you say that?
Because he gave me my daughter.
Oh, wow.
He gave me my daughter. He gave me all of my children. But my daughter is not biological. When I received my daughter, she was 6 months old. When I received prophecy on the day of her birth, when she was left outside of a church, on the church steps, 3 hours old, that baby is going to be my daughter. And 6 months later, that baby became my daughter. You don't understand. All right?
All right.
You don't understand that type of prophecy.
Let me say this right quick. Let me move on to Suntan?
Yes, sir.
Same questions. I mean, not you, Suntan. Easy Bands.
All right.
Same question, Easy Bands. You can only choose one. The Bible that you believe is going to lead you to God, or science that you know you will have a powerful science in life and know how to, know all the technology, know what to do with it in life, pass it down to your children so that they can be something. They might be even astronauts or whatever. Which one are you choosing, brother?
So absolutely picking the Bible up, man. All day long. I'm rocking with Apostle on this one. There's some things that's bigger than just bread alone. Feel me? And we definitely need God. I needed God in my life, and from what He's done for me, I'm definitely going with the Bible and the path to Him that leads to Him, basically. Word
okay.
Up. So,
all right.
hey, salute, stop. It's been a minute, man. It feels like it's been forever.
Yeah, you ain't come through.
Nah, yo, I've just been, I've been kind of like dating and stuff like that. So
okay.
I'm back to say what's up. I'm about to leave soon, but I just wanted to pop up and say what's up. I'll stay for like 5 minutes.
Good to see you. Let me go to
peace,
Peace.
Suntan. I gotta get you in here. You got the Bible that'll lead you directly to God, or you got science book in one corner. Which one are you choosing?
Well, of course, Si, you're gonna choose any person with logical sense is gonna use science to get him to where he needs to go, because
which
science,
one are you choosing?
I'm gonna use science to advance me in my way of living.
Okay, so you're gonna leave God in the corner.
No, God is always in my mind.
No.
You use science as a literal tool. Listen, man. Listen, Si. It's a literal tool. Science is that you have to have.
No, it's
That's
not.
like going. Hey, Pastor, why is you saying something, dude?
I said, I'm not talking. You right, man.
Right. All I'm saying is you got to work. Science helps you work and develop a living for you to take care of your family. But in my mind, I'm gonna have the consciousness of the precept of God when it says do.
Nah, ain't no more God. Once you choose science, you can't choose God after that.
Well, I'm gonna carry myself in the way of being good, being a good man. That's my answer.
All right, got you, brother. I ain't gotta ask nobody else on here. I know what they're gonna say, so I ain't even gotta waste my time. Oh, let me see what this man here say. Moses?
Moses gonna say.
Moses gonna say Ethiopia, or Moses gonna say Africa.
He gonna, yeah.
Yo, you
muted, man.
Yo, you ain't got no sound coming in. You might have to go out and come back in.
He muted.
No, he not. He wasn't muted.
Okay.
So King J, what's going on with you, man? Are you ready to get in the ring with the Queen?
So I really wouldn't mind.
All right, hold on. Let me get the truth teller real quick. Truth teller. Same question.
Oh. Well, I'm going with science, because going with science is going with God. They just go hand in hand with each other, if you understand it.
That's right. That's a fact.
You have to ask me the question too, sir.
But see, the difference is going with the Bible. That's just based off belief and faith. You know what I mean? That ain't gonna get you nowhere. That's just gonna make you feel good on the inside. It gonna give you like this emotional comfort.
How do you put science and God together? How do you do that?
Easy.
But see, you got okay, so you got a physical science and you got a spiritual science, right?
No.
Okay, hit me out. Just like you got a physical body, you have an etheric body. So that's a spiritual. So basically, the etheric body is the blueprint for the physical body, because you couldn't have a physical body without an etheric body. That's why when people lose a limb, like a leg or arm, they still can feel that leg or arm right there. See what I'm saying? I know you heard of people saying it. It's like, I can still feel it, even though it ain't there, but they still can feel it. Because the etheric blueprint is still there. You see what I'm saying?
That's like,
man, these niggas, man.
You see what I'm saying? You getting what I'm saying?
nah. You copying, man.
So you ain't never heard of that before. Look that up. People that lost an arm or a leg, they say they still can feel that leg there. Like they still can feel the animation of it.
Yeah, that's psych.
That ain't no psych.
Yeah, it is.
Just because it's something you've never experienced doesn't mean that other people that have experienced it, reality ain't what they say it is.
That's what we say about God. Just because you haven't experienced him, that don't mean he don't exist.
Okay, let me take it to another place then. Okay, hold on. Let me take it to another place.
Apostle, hold on, brother. Truth teller. Apostle, while he's doing that, I need you to get which one is that? Corinthians 1:20-25. All right, go ahead, truth teller.
Okay.
Sir.
The ancients, the ancient Kemites, the ancient people of India, the Brahmins, all these ancient ancestors of ours, they revered the third eye, which is the pineal gland. Okay. That's why the pharaohs had the cobra on the front, because once the pineal gland is activated, it swells up like the hood of a cobra. Now, this is for a reason why they all in the ancient world revered the cobra as something divine. I don't care if it's Brahma, Vishnu, Krishna, Buddha, even the Jesus in the Bible said, be wise as a serpent and peaceful as a dove. So all of these ancients, they have been stylized with the cobra. You can look up statues of all these ancient deities. There's a cobra somewhere around them. The pharaohs, again, they got the cobra on the front. It's always a cobra because they're revering and giving homage to the pineal gland. The pineal gland, according to the ancients, is the seat of the soul. So when the pineal gland is activated due to Kundalini awakening, you can have these different dimensional realities that'll put you into a different state of consciousness, or what we would call Christ consciousness or super consciousness. Therefore, when the pineal gland is awakened, you're able to see a person's aura, or you're able to see their etheric body. You can literally see portions of the etheric body that extends like 2 inches off of their body because the third eye is open. But Apostle won't understand nothing like this because he's not studying the real Kemetic sciences that was passed down through the priesthood of Melchizedek, which started in Atlantis. So we know that the Kemites were taught by an offspring of the ancient Atlantean priesthood, which is Thoth the Atlantean or Tahuti. See what I'm saying? So you're not going to understand. Of course, you're going to say, oh, well, you know, because you stuck in one book. Your whole life is centered around one book that was translated by some untrustworthy people, that being the Bible. So, of course, he's not going to be able to expand his mind past that in which his whole existence has been ingrained into. You see what I'm saying? So when I say spiritual science, I'm talking about people that have achieved this activation of Kundalini activation, activating their third eye, the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? These people have become what you call clairvoyant, psychic in a way, seers. It gets metaphysical from like when this takes place. It's all this stuff is esoteric.
All right, thank you, my brother. Let me go to Apostle. Do you got that scripture, Apostle?
Give me an opportunity, though.
Hold on, brother. Do you got that scripture, Apostle? I can't hear you.
Yes, I do. Hold on.
What scripture is that?
1 Corinthians chapter 1, verses 20 through 25.
All right. Hold on for 1 minute. I don't think I said First Corinthians.
Hey, so I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, you said First Corinthians.
So I'm gonna say
1. I was wondering why you said it, but
all right, go ahead, Apostle. Read it. Read it, Apostle.
Okay, I'm putting it up. For all the promises of God.
No, that's not what it say, brother.
Oh, that's 2 Corinthians. No wonder I said 1 Corinthians, man.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Told you, you trying to us, man.
I typed in 1 Corinthians, but
You're just trying to bamboozle the people, brother.
man, I'm not trying to
All of a
bamboozle.
sudden, you don't know what 1 Corinthians is now.
I said what I typed in, Sly.
Okay. Who you talking about, Suntan? Suntan, who you talking about? All right, we got Easter Queen in the building. I'm waiting for Posse.
Just give me a second. Every time I type in first, what the hell is going on?
You don't know what's going on?
1 Corinthians.
Hey, let me get you easy bands. 1 Corinthians 20, verse 25. You got it?
2025. You said 120 through 25.
No, I did. I know what I said.
Oh, okay, right. You know what you said.
That's just the Most High confusing you.
The Most High ain't confusing me.
Yes, he is, man.
Why would he confuse me? For what reason? All we doing was getting the scripture. I do that every day.
1 Corinthians 1:20. 1 verse 20.
Man, saying man, what the hell?
All right. So it says, where is the wiser person? It's a question. Where is the teacher of the law? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For since in the wisdom of God, the world, though its wisdom, did not know.
Stop. Read that again, brother.
Okay.
God made the wisdom of this world.
Yo, Apostle, what is you doing? What you doing? Go ahead, Easy Ben.
All right. Where is the wise person? Where is the teacher of the law? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of this world?
Stop. What is God saying right now, brother? What is he saying? What is he saying?
So right there, God is basically saying that, you know, if you try to reject God, you feel me? You're just being foolish, basically.
What else is he saying?
So he's basically saying, where's the wise person? Where's the teacher of the law? Where's the philosopher of this age, right? These are people that will try to raise up and say, all right, these are our
He's
authorities.
basically saying that the wisdom of this world, the science of this world is foolishness. The science of this world is foolishness. Now, here's a Bible that's trying to tell you, watch this, all right. Apostle, what does it say in Apostle right there?
It's saying those that think they wise and know more and know better, even all the sciences of this world, to him is foolishness.
Thank you. All right, that's enough, Apostle. Thank you. But you were just telling me no, Easy Bands. So I'm telling you, hold on, let me finish. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, as you can see how the white man got these brothers all messed up. This is why they are afraid of science. This is why they don't want no science. This is why they will pick the Bible over science, because God told them the scientists of this world is foolishness. Choose me over science. Continue 21. Go ahead and read.
All right, but let me respond after, all right?
Okay.
All right, so for since in the wisdom of God, the world...
No. It say for after.
For after. Now, my version says for...
Are you reading the King James?
No, I'm not. This is the New
That's what I
International
need.
Version.
No, I need you with the King James, where all of us read, where nobody won't say, oh, no, that wasn't the King James version. You know how people do. You know how y'all do. Y'all try to get people off. Oh, dude, that's what it said over there, but this is not the King James.
All right,
So, go ahead.
For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God.
Stop. Right there is telling you those who study science and wisdom knew God not, because they know the conscious one is not going to have nothing to do with no fake concept of God. So the Bible is preparing you to go against science. Yo, the wisdom ones know God not. Yeah, we don't want to know God. We don't want to know him, because God is not what y'all think he is. It's not real. Continue, brother. 21. Go ahead. Read 21.
All right. For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom.
Right.
That's right. Stop. Stop right. Apostle, be quiet. You see what it said? The Jews require signs. That's why God is saying, all right, the Jews are the chosen people. But the Greeks seeks wisdom. See that? The Greeks seek science. You see that? That's why God has not chosen them.
But he's rejecting both of them.
But hold on, continue. Go ahead.
All right. So he's rejecting both of them, but let me show you. So
no, continue.
23. All right. But we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block. You see? And unto the Greeks foolishness.
Now you see? It's foolishness because they chose to study science. So now it's foolishness to the Greeks. See, this is a way of God trying to make you accept that stuff what they talking about. Go ahead, continue. 24.
Yeah. But unto them which are called both Jews and Greeks, Christ the power of God and the wisdom of God. Because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men.
Oh man, go ahead. You can break down what you want to do. Go ahead. Now you can break it down if you want.
Yeah, so this is basically just talking about human pride and ego, right? When we become prideful and we raise ourselves up and we think, oh, our philosophers, our scientists, etc., are going to save us, and then a natural disaster happens, and then everybody, what happened with the I don't really want to say it, but the flu thing that happened right in the early 20s, all of a sudden everybody was sitting on their hands. The whole world was shut down. We got all this technology, we got all these scientists, et cetera, but one little incident that happened had the whole world shut down. So this is basically what this is saying, is that when you try to raise yourselves up and become prideful and think you know it all and you're tough guys and this and that, God has a way of humbling you and letting you know that, without him, you can't survive. So that's all this is talking about, because the same author talks about following your intellectual, being intellectual and making decisions and in terms of understanding information. The same author does that. So that's not what he's talking. He's not rejecting intellectual thought. I'll land there. Unless y'all want me to keep going.
Brother, I don't believe you just sat there and told that lie.
Are you serious?
Heard what he said. It said, accept me and leave the foolishness alone, which is wisdom, which is knowledge, which is science. It said, choose me, brother. He said me. He said, Jesus is wisdom. Yes. God is the wisdom.
Yes.
Just choose us and leave that science alone. That's what it's saying. It ain't say choose us and we down together. What do you say, Apostle? I'm going to see if you agree with Easy Bear.
God is saying, choose me and leave their silly science alone.
Thank you, Apostle.
Because it's silly. It can't save you. It's silly. They changed their minds. Right now, they arguing whether they went to the moon. Science is saying we've been to the moon. You got people even questioning whether they even went to the moon, because they know man will lie.
Let me ask you.
You got science questioning science.
Quiet now. I got you. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, you want to be quiet.
Yeah, because I'm going to let you go on.
Yeah, I know.
Are we confused, or are we dying because of the lack of knowledge? Hold on, brother. Or are we dying because of God? Like we don't want to, because of the lack of knowledge of God. Which one is it?
That's what it is. It's because of the lack of knowledge of God.
Not of wisdom, not of knowledge, huh?
Which is pure wisdom. For God is our wisdom.
Right.
And he that seeketh him is wise. But the one that don't seek him is envy, is fool.
All right. Black Mill, what up, brother? What you say? What's going on, Black Mill?
Yes, sir. What I was saying, even the topic of science, when you say science, astronomy is science. biology is science. And like you're saying, all of them is like knowledge of different things. Astronomy is knowledge of the universe, the planets, your outside, the outside sphere, or whatever they call the celestial bodies, right? When you're on Earth, you're terrestrial. What I was saying, even just biology is like genealogy is part of biology, that same subject. So what I'm saying is still like knowledge. You'd hear the Muslims saying God is all knower. So, I don't see the difference between science and what they call in God, because it's us as human beings, like even in us, like what I'll call the Black liberation movements, most of them worship man as God. So is man studying his surroundings and the outer sphere and getting to know more about the universe. That's what we're doing. We're evolving with our knowledge right now. That's what's really going on. So I'd see they're the same thing.
In a few words, Black Mill, what is God to you?
Universal intelligence.
Okay.
What I would say, sir, what I would say, you see, when you understand astronomy and you see the way the universe works, you know for sure there's some level of intelligence. For us to just be floating on what they call a ball, whether you sit flat or not, but floating on a ball, and then you're there where some asteroid or some comet is not just going to knock you. So, even just the movements of the heavens, if you check all the religions, like dancing around the Kaaba, is the same revolving around that sun. Is what they call it, our solar system. You've seen what the religions are doing. Most religions, the old school religions, are practicing the real rituals. What they're doing is even the dances in Africa. They're not just dancing for dancing's sake to have fun or entertainment. They're just following the movements of the heavens, because astronomy is the first and oldest science. So that's what I would say. That's still of God, you would say, not God of the European German God though. Because I would tell you, sir, I would give you a different thing. My understanding of what God is different from what we got as, like what you would say, we evolving in consciousness of who or what God was before. Because we got it from a Christian background or a religious background, I would say. And right now they have grown surpassed that, because I'll tell you, even the Netters and the Orishas, they when you read about them, like Ra died. In our mind, God cannot die. In the religious mindset, God can't die. So, just thinking of that. And if Ra is the sun, even the sun has a timeline where it's going to, maybe if it's 5 million years down the line, if you study astronomy, they tell you it's going to turn to some red giant and dissolve. So nothing exists.
All right. Yeah, all right. Moses, in one word or a few, what is God to you? What is God?
God to me is all of our ancestors that created the laws and statutes and commandments in the first civilization in Africa.
What was the first civilization in Africa?
Well, the white people tell us that the area was called Naphtha Playa, but
what do you tell us?
I tell all of us that our ancestors, who were created by the universe, that they were biblical God. The consciousness that they had is what created the laws for the very first civilization. And you can't have a civil nation or a civilization without laws. So when it comes down to science, the reason why the Bible's saying that science is foolishness is you cannot practice science if you don't even know the law. If you practice science without the law, you become a mad scientist. You'll do things.
Without what law?
The laws that we need to follow for humanity to be in peace, like the laws of Ma'at, or even the 10 Commandments: thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill.
So hold on. So are you telling me, Moses, that you need those laws in order to live a human life?
Yes, we need laws to live a human life.
I said, do you need those laws, in order to live a respectful life?
Yes, I need those laws. If I didn't know that it's wrong to kill you, sa.neter, I'm gonna kill you if you make me angry.
Yeah.
Yo,
that's what I'm talking about. The level of our consciousness, brother. I don't need no goddamn 10 Commandments law to know I'm not supposed to harm you. I'm not supposed to hate you. I'm not supposed to try to kill you. I don't need no goddamn law to say that. That's innate. That's in me. That's automatic, brother.
No, it's not.
Listen,
No, it's not.
listen,
Why
man.
are people killing each other then?
Listen, man. That's within you. But I'm telling you, me, brother. I said me. I didn't tell you about other people. I'm telling you, I said, I don't need that to tell me that. Only weak people need that, who don't know who they are. Only weak-minded people need laws to tell them, oh, you should not do this. You should not mess with a married woman. Don't go to a married woman's house without being with someone else. I don't need no damn law to tell me that. I know that. What are you talking about?
What is you talking about? So we don't have to.
I don't need no law to tell me like the Hebrews needed a law. I don't need, or like the Christians and the Hebrews needed a law to say man should not lay with man as he lay with woman. I don't need no goddamn law like that.
So why does America have a judicial system, sa.neter? Why do we have a judicial system, sa.neter, if we don't need law? Stop it, bro. Stop it.
And you live in America, which is
you keep missing what I'm saying, bro.
No, why hear what
I said? I don't need it. I don't need no 10 commandments. I don't need no 42 declarations of my heart. I don't need that. That's innate in me. That's automatic. You know why? Because my mother taught me that. I learned that from my family, brother. My mother was a devout Christian woman, straight up Christian woman. I couldn't go to my mother's house. Yo, my man, I'm talking. I couldn't go to my mother's house and talk about God the way I'm doing with y'all. She would kick me out.
Right.
I couldn't do that.
You still got it through God, through your mother. You got it.
Exactly.
Hey, sir.
And you live in the Christian paradigm, sir. So
I got a senator. Let me say this,
Hey,
y'all.
sir. Guess what? Even if I wasn't never taught about a religion, even if my mother wasn't a Christian and taught me not to do that, you know, what, don't do this and do that, like the Bible say, I still wouldn't know what not to do because it's innate within me. And it's just based off cause and effect. I know if I do some foolishness, I'm going to get a foolish result. It's just, to me, it's common sense. I know this.
No.
Because I'm able to see 5 minutes ahead.
Please don't talk over nobody, brother. Because your mic is very loud, Apostle. Just let the brother finish. Go ahead.
So I like to mention universal laws. The law of cause and effect, the law of attraction, the law of rhythm. What goes up must come down. You know, cause and effect. That's everything that Bible talking about. Don't do this, thou shalt not do this. That's based off cause and effect. I don't need nobody to tell me not to do that.
Right.
Come on now. Because I know it's gonna be an effect. If I do some dumb jump, I'm gonna get a dumb reaction.
Right.
It's just I don't need nobody telling me what not to do. To me, that's for somebody that don't have the God essence in them. That's for somebody that's got like a Neanderthal gene in them, and they already got a rebellious nature. They need that.
Right.
Yo, listen,
I don't need
yourself, man.
Apostle, when you do your shows and you put people on mute, you hate when they unmute themselves. Do the same thing for me, brother. All right? Come on, man. So now I'm gonna prove to you that we know these things without no goddamn Bible. If you go into a woman's house and you looking, you don't need a Bible to tell you it's wrong. You already know it's wrong because why? You sneaking over there. You creeping over there.
Right.
You sneaking.
Right.
So you know it's wrong.
Right.
You know? So come on, brother. If you're trying to rob a store and you're trying to get some money, what do? They put on a mask.
Exactly.
that don't even read the Bible. They put on a mask. They grab their gun. And they go up in there and rob the place because they know they're
wrong.
They don't need no Bible to tell them that, brother.
Yeah,
it's called a moral compass.
That's why they know that.
It's called a moral compass.
And isolate them like they did the test. You take them and isolate them, separate them from everything civilized. They will grow up, and you don't teach them how to eat. They will eat with their hands. They won't use that fork. They didn't experience that.
I got to stop you right now, Apostle. I got to stop you right now. Because don't you know that's how we used to eat in Africa? Because your hand is directly connected to your soul. And so while you're using your hand to eat your food, it goes directly connection. It's a connection. Yo, my man. I'm talking on my show, Apostle. I can cut you off. It's my show. When you go on your show and I come over there, you can cut me off. All right? And you got the right to cut me off. Come on, Apostle. That's real talk. So I'm trying to correct you because you've fallen into this American dream shit that you on. Oh, we're in America now. And if there you go, still talking over me, brother. Come on, man. Oh, you know, we eat with the forks. Yeah, that's because you're over here now. You've been Americanized. But when you eat with your hands and your fingers, brother, that's how we used to do it back then. And that's when you have a direct connection to your soul, brother. I'm quite sure Easy Bears know about that. Talk to us.
You let me finish my thought.
No, I'm going to come back to you. But being that we on the subject right now of your hands connected to your mouth and all of that, what does that do? What is that about, Easy Bears? Talk to us.
I don't do that. You gotta...
Apostle, man, respect my platform, brother. I told you got to wait, bro. I'm going to come back to you, man. Damn, brother, this ain't your show. It's my show. Get that, Easy Ben.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I don't know the religious aspect of it or the spiritual aspect of it, but I will say we do eat with our hands. We eat, you know, the Nigerians call it fufu. We have a different word for it. You know, our fish, our meats, whatever, you know, our veggies, we eat with our hands basically. But and a lot of other people do that, have done that in history. The Chinese, Asians, etc. You go to even the Middle East, they do that. A lot of people basically. It's not a big thing. But sir, what my point is?
No. I want to go back to Apostle. I promised him I'm coming back to him. I'm gonna let him do his thing. Go ahead, Apostle.
That is not what I'm talking about. There's a civilized way of eating with your hands. I learned that years ago. That's why you only use the bathroom. You don't use the bathroom with the hand you eat with. There's a civilized way of doing that. You don't act like a maniac. You don't act like a monkey. You don't act like an ape. Where you just grabbing food everywhere, acting like that, man.
But you are an ape.
Let me finish, man.
But you are an ape, Apostle.
I'm not an ape.
You are an ape. You are an ape.
I'm not an ape.
You are.
Okay, I said I'm not.
So, all right, go ahead. Type it in.
Listen, man, I don't know why you're trying to do this, but I'm not an ape. There's a civilized way of eating with your hands. There's a civilized way of eating. I'm not a damn dog. I know how to eat. I don't have to run to my food. Okay? I don't have to do that. I train my dogs not to do that, to wait until they're released, then go eat. All right? The bottom line is science got together 2 weeks ago. And the UFO world gave science everything that they got. The senator said, if you saw what I saw 2 weeks ago, and he said they say they're going to release, but they're not sure how America is going to receive this information. He said, but what I saw has scared the living hell out of me. And he says, I understand now why.
All right, you're going somewhere else now. You're going somewhere else. I want
to let you know.
Stay right there, Apostle. I'm coming. I'm still with you, brother. I'm still with you. You said you're not an ape. But see, that's what the Bible do to you. It take you away from science, brother. Are you an ape, Easy Bands? Are you 8?
Well, the science consensus.
Yes or no, brother. Yes or no, brother. Yes or no.
Look, I personally don't.
Are humans biologically classified as great apes?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Are you one of the? Are you classified as a great ape, Apostle? Unmute yourself.
I'm a man created in the image of God.
Are you a great ape?
And Axum is the ape kid created in the image of God. Axum that.
Okay.
Goddamn
right. Be quiet. Be quiet.
You can't tell me what I am.
Are humans great apes?
Now, I didn't say Axum that. Axum are.
I need you to just be quiet, bro. Damn, brother.
Why can't you ask them what I told you to ask?
Ask them what?
Ask them are apes created in the image of God.
This dude is crazy.
Ask them if an ape is created in the image of God. Because I am. And unless it says yes, I don't want to hear it.
Are great apes created in the image and likeness of God, according to the Bible? Damn, it ain't coming out.
Yeah, you're not even asking what I asked you to ask. You got to put a twist on that. It's simple. Ask them, are apes created in the image of God?
Well, first of all, you got to understand the Bible is not dealing with science. It's dealing with buffoonery.
Why would you ask me something from science?
And that's
I resent science. All right, you resent science. Okay, let me say this. Apostle.
I reject science.
All right, I got you, Apostle. Apostle, Moses 777, Easy Bands, and the rest of the Abrahamic faith believers, brothers like Brother La, y'all the one that keep the community in a dead state.
Don't do that.
I'm doing that. Brother Moses, I'm doing that.
Okay,
I wish you let me finish talking. It is you Abrahamic faith believers that keep our people from growing. Because every day there's a child being born and y'all are out there talking this Jesus nonsense, this Prophet Muhammad nonsense, this Allah nonsense, this God nonsense. And so when people say, damn, Sir, how come you always talk about the Bible every day? Because the Christians talk about it every day. The Muslims talk about theirs every day. But when I try to free the minds of my people, I'm not supposed to talk about it every day. Every day, there's a new Christian being born, a new Muslim being born to keep us away from our growth. Religion is stopping us from growing. When are we going to realize that and wake up and be true men and leaders in our goddamn community? That's why we don't have no real leaders.
You're not even one type of a man. Yeah.
Brother, let me finish, man. The leaders are goddamn turned the fuck out. They turned out. Ain't no more strong men in our community because y'all all turned out. God done pimped the hell out of you niggas. You all turned out, Apostle. I'm not going to be triggered. I'm not trying to. Hold on, Brother La. Get triggered, brother. Because this might help you. Get triggered. I want you to get triggered so you can say, God damn, sa.neter's on this realism shit tonight. sa.neter is not playing tonight. It is because of you Abrahamic faith believers that the reason why we don't have any strong men in our community, that we don't have no leadership in our community, and the reason why our women don't have no more strong men. It is because of I'm closing right now. It is because of you brothers that our women is caught up in the box because they following you. So when you got a Hebrew man, they following their Hebrew man. They become Hebrews. You know I'm telling the truth. When they got a Muslim man, they women become Muslims because they got to follow their man, right? When you are a Christian, they wives or they women become a damn Christian. You brothers are weak, man, and I got to tell the truth. You are weak. You can't do nothing without God. You need God in your life because you believe that you are a failure and you can't make it without God in your life. Meanwhile, the white man is over there ruling every goddamn place in the world, and he don't give a damn about no God. But he's ruling right now. I thought you were the chosen people, Apostle. Go ahead, Easy Bands. You raising your hands.
Yeah. So, Sa, it's just funny to see you all excited and going off right now. When truth be told, man, you're a product of the white man, brother. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about it, man. We talk about science. Let's talk about science. Where did science come from, man? Modern science. Who pioneered that? White Christians. From the Middle Ages, right? Let's talk about so right now you're talking about the science book or the Bible, and you run into the science book forgetting that this modern science is a product or being pioneered by Christian thought. I'm talking about modern science, okay? European Christian thought, actually, from the white man. All right, so now that I've exclaimed that, let's go now to you talking about morals and stuff like that, okay? So if you lived amongst the foray people, you know, I think they're like Papua New Guineans, the people that some of them actually practice cannibalism and things like that. If you lived amongst those people, you're not going to have the same morals that we have now. So you guys are talking about, oh, I don't need laws. I have this innate feeling of what's good and what's not. That is all cap. It depends on where you are. Even you could join the army and be on a battlefield, and all those innate morals will dip out. They call it herd mentality, right? When you're in a herd, you act like the herd. You move like the herd. So depending on where you are, that's how you're going to move. So now that you live in a Christian paradigm with, laws and statutes and things that protect other people, now it's advantageous for you to sit around and say, oh, no, we don't need that. We can decide what's good or what's not. All right. So that's another thing. That's all cap you guys are talking about. You wouldn't have the morals that you have now if you lived in a different society. So we talked about that. We've talked about science. And then also another thing that I want to say is that religion and science. They basically go together. There's many places in the Bible that you'll see that talks about basically it talks about how, you should use your reasoning. You should actually test everything. There's a verse in Acts, I think, by Paul, where he talks about test everything you hear, basically. There's another verse that talks about how, God has left his witness in nature. So by us having the intelligibility to understand nature, we're able to witness what God has done. You understand? So I'll just, I'll land my plane there for now. Sa said a lot of things. And then one more thing. Sorry. You want to talk about atheism, right? And then spirituality or being Christian. What's been the product of these two different things? With atheism, you get stuff like abortions. You get stuff like broken relationships, broken marriages. You get things like divorce. You get that in Christianity too, but it's a major factor in atheist communities. So you get a lot of delinquency. You get a lot of, so with religion though, we promote two-parent households. We promote marriage. We promote chastity. We promote a lot of good things like that. With atheism, you have no right to promote because nothing doesn't mean anything anyways, right? So you're the one, sa.neter, that's promoting something that's drastic and dangerous and detrimental to our community, brother. You're allowing atheism to come and attack those systems that's held humanity together for the last 2,000 years, over 2,000 years. You know what I'm saying? The two-parent household and holding those things up, which we represent. And if you see recently, in recent times, with the decrease of Christians and things like that, you've seen a rise with abortions. You've seen a rise with delinquencies. You've seen a rise with a lot of things that's detrimental to our society in general. So it's the opposite, sir. You need to come back to religion. You need to come back, read the Bible again with, unbiased eyes and understand and take away all the good things that the Bible has to teach. Stop, being offended. I don't know why you guys hate the Bible so much when there's so much good, so much knowledge, so much wisdom to get from it. I think we'd be better served if you came back and you allowed the people, you invited the people to actually take a closer look at some of these scriptures and see what good we can get out of them, man. Instead of
no one has never said we hate the Bible. I love the Bible.
Okay, so then why don't you tell the people that? Because the people have
I'm
this impression.
telling people the truth about the Bible. I
Okay,
love
but
it. In order to free the minds of our people, you got to learn it. You got to study it, and you got to keep it real. You got to deal with the realismism in the Bible. You can't sugarcoat it. Watch how you sugarcoat it. Is God the number one killer in the Bible?
I mean, God is
God kill. Listen, watch this. Watch how you sugarcoat it. Do God kill babies, innocent babies in the Bible?
So God doesn't
Yes
direct.
or no, brother? Yes or no, brother?
Listen, God is the ultimate author, right? When He's doing His
I'm
judgment.
asking you a question.
So look,
do God kill innocent babies in the Bible?
It's not killing when it's judgment, sa.neter. That's what I'm trying to show you.
Brother. I don't care what it is. I'm asking you a question. Do God kill innocent babies in the Bible? Yes or no? I don't care about judgment. I don't care about none of that stuff. Whatever you call, whatever you make it.
You know, there's a
All
difference.
right, let me go to Apostle, because Apostle going to tell the truth, man, on this one right here. Apostle. I hope he tell the truth.
Yeah, what, man?
Look at him. He's deflated. He's deflated.
No, I'm saying what, man? Because I'm tired of your bullshit. That's all. I'm tired of your bullshit. Everybody up here that agree with you, you don't interrupt them.
Do God kill innocent babies?
Innocent? No, he don't kill innocent babies.
Do he kill babies?
Yeah.
So babies are not innocent.
If God killed them, they're not innocent.
So newborn babies are not innocent.
Only God knows.
Oh man, there he go with this crazy answer.
I'm saying only God. I don't know why you concerned. You say God do it.
That's what I mean by the ignorance of this Bible. Look at his response to it. You see what I'm talking about?
How can God be the number one killer according to you when he don't exist?
I'm talking about because in the Bible. No, listen, man. You ask me. I'm talking about the God of the Bible, brother. That's the God I'm talking about.
You don't believe it. You say he don't exist. It's all lies. It's fairy tales. You said man is God. So man is the number one killer. I don't want to hear the bullshit. Let's stop it.
You can't even answer now.
Either God is real or he ain't. And if God ain't real, then he ain't the number one killer. Man is.
According to your Bible, God is.
According to my Bible, man is God.
According to your Bible, you said man is God?
Man is a God, according to my Bible.
Okay.
According to sa.neter, the God of the Bible does not exist. He's not real. So if he does not exist, by reason of default, how can he be the number one killer?
Thank you, brother. Ashay, what's going on?
And, on your mind? This right here was the reason I came back up. I wanted to give you a little bit of pushback on the statement that you made, far as the white folks go, because white folks definitely are religious and they have their gods, but I think that they don't care about the righteousness. They don't do this. Once they see that God is the biggest killer, they adopt God's ways. They adopt the true way. So when you even look at the whole Epstein thing, and even the deities and the Babylonian deities that are attached to them, they acting it out and they doing those things, but they don't care about this ply and this gauze of trying to seem like I'm righteous. No, they doing what that God actually requires them to do, and that's the grape, pillage, murder, do all of these things that you see the YT man do. He is the firm representation of the God of the Bible.
Let me explain something to you, brother. The majority of the white man, don't believe in God. The majority of the white man takes science over God. How do I know this? Because I did a survey more than one time. I went downtown. I spoke to white class people, white middle class, and I asked them, do you take the Bible over science? And they would tell you no. And I'm like I said, I got all of these topics to attack this summer. I'm going to do it again so you can see it. The majority of white people, they are educated. They're educated, right? I'm talking about the rich ones, the powerful ones. And I asked them, do you want the Bible or do you take science? I had a couple of them that said the Bible, but the majority of them said they want science. They want science.
And what have they done with that?
One second, and I'm not. That's not the point that's not the point that I was attacking. Not that question, Bible versus science, because they're going to take both of them, and most people here are taking both of them. You get what I'm saying? But what I can't ignore is things that a lot of us I do ignore, and I'm not trying to be like a conspiracy theorist or nothing crazy like that, but it's something big going on in the USA right now, and that still is those Epstein files, and those do feature a lot of these quote unquote white elites, and we see them in dresses, we see them in wigs. That ain't coming out of nowhere, man. They got a certain type of spirituality and religion that they have attached to them as well. It ain't nothing that we got going on. No, it's not. You know, unless you a Diddy or something like that. But it's going on and it's happening. Look at Tom Cruise and all those guys who paid literal money to be a part of the Scientology school. And what happens when you get to the head of Scientology, sa.neter? Do you know what they tell you? Do you know, Sa?
No, what they tell you?
They tell you that the world is being ran by an alien named Zeno. This is facts. This is facts. So you got people pouring thousands upon thousands, some people millions upon millions, because it's a pay to play thing. It's a pay to rank up thing. And yeah, you're white elites. This is where they putting their money towards. This is facts. So they got their religions and spiritualities. They just not sitting around too focused on the righteousness and the justice of the God. Nah, that's not what they're concerned though. They going by the scripts.
All right. Let me get you, Moses. I see you, Apostle. Moses ain't speak yet. Moses, what's up, man?
All right, fam. So I gotta defend myself, and since the brother Easy Bands, the God Easy Bands is on here, man, I'm hoping that you'll let me rock out for about as long as he rocked out, because what I'm getting ready to explain is actually something that I'm wanting him to hear, because I saw his debate with Sekou, and I was like really heartbroken. So let me defend myself, man, because you threw me in the same category with the Abrahamic faith people, man. And I'm gonna source up. Please allow me to source up as I explain this Bible from an African standpoint. All right. So from an African standpoint, me as a Pan-African, I understand the Bible from what y'all call, you hear people talk about African spirituality, but the word spirituality, that is an English word. It doesn't mean the same thing that it meant in that Northeast African, that biblical territory. Mm-hmm. So for the word spirit, you'll see that tag number 7307. Next slide. All of those are verses that contain the word spirit in it, right? So the tag number was 7307 in the Strong's Hebrew Chaldee Dictionary, and it's pronounced ruach. And you see where it says wind, by resemblance, breath, a sensible or even violent exhalation, life, anger, unsubstantiality, by extent, a region of the sky, by resemblance, spirit, but only of a rational being. All right, so ultimately, breath. So how does breath equate to African spirituality? Next slide, please. Where does our breath come from? What is responsible for our breath? The simple scientific explanation is photosynthesis. Photosynthesis cannot happen without the sun. Okay. Now, emphasis on the sun. Next slide, please. In the Bible, in Psalm chapter 68, verse 4, you see this. Come on, man. Sing to God, sing praises to his name, extol him who rides on the clouds by his name, Yah, and rejoice before him. This particular verse is very important because of where the Bible takes place. It's taking place in a land that was a colony of Kemet. The sun was deified. We know it was at least deified by Akhenaten, who referred to it as the Aten, but there is no man that is riding on clouds. Ezekiel, what is that? Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 26 through 28 talks about a man of amber sitting on a throne of sapphire. Come on, man. That there is no such thing as a man of amber that sits on the throne of sapphire or that's riding on the clouds. The only thing that is amber sitting on a throne of sapphire, which is actually the color blue of the sky, that's riding on clouds, is the sun. Okay, next slide. As you can see, the sun riding on the clouds. That is who Yah, or the Most High being the universe and Yah being the sun. The Most High coming first because it's the mother of the sun. Yah, the sun being the son of the great cosmic mother. Next slide, please. And this is the scripture I'm always showing y'all. There is a difference between the Most High and God. I have said you are gods. All of you are children of the Most High. I understand this to mean that the people in that territory that was a colony of Kemet, they saw themselves as God. They saw themselves as children of the universe and of the sun. I believe it was the Greeks that gave them that term, children of the sun. Or Israelites want to call, themselves, children of the Most High. But to me, it's one and the same. You're saying that you are children of the universe and the children of the sun. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. Next slide, please. So here's the word heaven, right? The religious people believe that God resides in heaven. But heaven is an English word. It doesn't mean what it means to biblical people in that territory, which is a colony of Kemet. The tag number there is 8064. Next slide, please. 8064. It's not pronounced heaven in that language. It's pronounced Shamayim, and it says to be lofty, the sky, aloft, the dual, alluding to the visible arc in which the clouds move, as well as the higher ether where the celestial bodies revolve. I'm just reminded of the conversation I had with God Energy a couple of days back when we were talking about the ether and the sun, and he was like, no, that's not the ether they talk about. But I was speaking about ether from an ancient biblical, the ancient biblical people standpoint, the higher ether. So go to the next slide. So that's an example of heaven where the clouds reign, also where Yah the Most High, who's riding on the clouds. And then let's go to the next slide. This is the higher ether. This is where the sun is getting its energy from. If there was no higher ether, if there was no universe, the sun would not be getting energy. There would be no sun. There would be no nothing. This is the great cosmic mother. And it's giving energy to the sun. The sun, or Yah the Most High, or Yah that's in the Most High, is giving that energy to the trees, the green life here on earth. And that is where we're getting our breath. So that is what African spirituality is to me. That is how I understand the Bible. That is my level of consciousness.
Let me ask you a question now. Now, let me ask you a question. How old is human? Estimation. How old is humans?
I don't know.
Take a guess. Take a guess.
I can't even take a guess.
How far?
I gotta rock with your wife on that. It's unfathomable. I don't have.
No, listen to me, man. Listen to me for a minute. That's a scapegoat. You're trying to run now. After all that you showed, I'm asking you, how old is human beings, brother? Give me a number, estimation.
How about you Google that for everybody?
No, man, I'm asking you.
I told you I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, let me go to Ashe. Ashe, how old would you say humans, according as far as you can go back? You ain't got to be exactly right.
We've been here for about millions of years, so
10 billion years.
All right, you say
the Earth ain't even that old. Yeah, we've been here for millions of years.
According to the
hold on, y'all. Hold on. So now, Suntan, how old would you say humans are? Unmute yourself.
300,000 years old.
That's it. 300,000. Okay, that's good. That's cool. Right. Anybody else got any?
10 billion.
I do.
Come on,
I do.
No, I'm serious, bro.
What they calling the human being is the Homo sapiens sapiens. To me, it's 40,000, 50,000 around that years ago.
300,000 years for Homo sapien.
Okay, now, how old is the Bible?
6,000 years.
A couple of 100 years old.
Everybody agree?
What does that have to do with what I said, though?
I'm gonna tell you in a
Go
minute.
back 6,000 years.
How old is the Bible? How old is the Bible?
The King James
Well, we talking
Version
about the
came out in
stories or the actual book?
1611, man. It's three.
Bible 1,500 years old.
All right, so sa.neter trying to move the goal.
All right. The reason I'm saying that is because everything you said in all your slides were bullshit. It was bullshit.
Okay, so there's no such.
No, just be quiet. And the reason I said it was bullshit is because we've been living on this earth for thousands and thousands of years without no goddamn Bible.
So?
No, without no goddamn laws that was written in the Bible.
I just showed you how to understand.
Man. Be quiet. I let you speak without no interruptions. Without no goddamn Bible. We had our own rules and laws and ways of life. When you look at the oldest people, who's the oldest people that you can go to? The Twa.
The Pygmies, the Twas.
There you go. It was the Twa. They didn't have no goddamn Bible. What are you talking about? But they have rules and laws that they go by. Huh?
So, you want to live with the Twa?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I'm saying, brother. What I'm telling you is they lived without a goddamn Bible, brother. Without believing in no Yahweh and all that nonsense.
But what's it done for them?
Oh, man. What are you talking about? What it done for them?
Yeah. What are those beliefs that you
They
have? What have they done
been living for the last 6,000 years. They haven't grown. They haven't changed. They don't have automobiles. They don't have air conditioned housing. Look how they live.
You know why? You know why? Let me tell you, Mr. Big Mouth. Because what happened was they evolved. They evolved. Huh? They evolved, bro. Evolution. You ever heard of evolution?
So you saying that the
Twa got smarter?
Yes.
But why haven't their life conditions changed?
Because early in the beginning, we were dying earlier. We were dying quicker.
Yo,
shut up while I'm answering your question. We were dying earlier, Apostle, until we started learning what are the herbs. What herbs do we need to survive? What do we need to take care of these diseases that we would catch? What do we need? What do we need to you keep talking, man. No goddamn discipline. That's why I know you don't believe in this goddamn God. Because if it's a God, he would have gave you discipline.
You ain't.
He would have gave. I don't need none because I don't believe in no damn God.
You done changed the goddamn subject. So,
Let me bring on Lex to bust y'all ass, man.
You supposed to be coming back to me.
Let me bring on Lex so he can bust y'all goddamn ass, man. Lex Vortex, you got the mic, man. Don't let me down, Lex. Don't let me down.
Nah, I'm kind of in the middle. So to tell the truth, I think what Moses did was pretty amazing. I don't think he understands what he did, but he's actually showing you the true book, the true gospel, which is nature. So the Bible is personifying nature. That's all it is. A lot of it is personifying nature, just like he showed. I agree with Moses on that. But that proves you don't need the book. The book is not bad because those concepts are being put in the books that can be referred to at all the time. In terms of science, we need science and religion. Science without religion and spirituality of law. The brother was correct. What's the brother's name? The Christian brother. Look at what where science is now and what it's doing to the earth without respecting the laws of nature. They could use some ma'at in their lives. Look what they're doing to the ocean. Look what they're doing with the carbon emissions. Look what they're doing with their science when they're improperly genetically modifying food. Look what the pharmaceutical industry is doing, making money off of people's sickness. So when you say, and then when I heard you talking about the white man don't believe in God and all that, I don't know why we pump up what the white man does, whether he's in religion or whether he's an atheist. You know what I'm saying? Nothing the white man is doing is anything to be honored. If they don't believe in God, then we can look at their fruits and say we don't want that, because what they've produced with science is nuclear bombs that could threaten the existence of everybody on the planet. And that's why, you know, that forbidden fruit, you know, those lessons are still needed, you know, because that, if you look at something like nuclear power, that's like a forbidden fruit. I believe the ancients knew about those stuff. They chose not to do it because they was wise. I believe the ancients had ancient science, but because of the laws that they followed and respected, they didn't do certain things. You understand what I'm saying? Just like now you look at you know, what they're using this so-called knowledge for, and it's just to create weapons of mass destruction. So we need both. And I don't think you know, atheism is not going to lead to anything, because we can see what that produces, and that it produces immorality. Now it comes down to what is God. You know, I don't think it's a question of God exists. The question is, what is it, or what is he or she? And God is the consciousness in which we all live in. Everybody's engulfed in the consciousness of God, no matter what title, what name, whatever they give it. And that consciousness is ultimately what's powering everything in nature, the intelligence behind nature. So you know, the people who give God a personality, that's called personification, but it's really describing laws. Just like when somebody was like, you don't need these laws. Well, it's describing the law of karma. That's the ultimate universal law. Action, reaction. The Bible and other religious texts are just putting it in practical understanding. Like if you steal something, and ultimately, even when you talk about God killing babies, there's no innocent babies because they're all reincarnated. So, but what is happening is the story's being personified. So like now, you look at the state white people are in, they're going to get judgment. They're getting judged right now. And their babies are going to be murked. And they're going to get all the stuff they did is going to happen. Now, if I was to write a story about it, I would say God was doing it for personification purposes, which is what they're doing in the Bible. But ultimately, it's still the natural law of karma that is being described. So you need spirituality and you need science. You don't need to separate them, because separating them becomes very dangerous. That's why the white man is so dangerous now. You know what I'm saying? So don't brag about the white man not believing in God, because that's not a very good advertisement. But I'll land there.
Can I ask Lex something briefly? Just real quick. Just real quick on the point that you made when you said you think that the ancients were privy to this knowledge. This brother Ashay said, talking as well. The reason why I kind of gotta give you pushback on that is because with that thought process would to also believe that all of the ancients were obeying the rules of the laws. What about that? With that thinking, theoretically, what about that evil scientist who does have that knowledge, but he goes against the norm? He does something different. Why don't we see evidence? Because this is humans we're talking about. Why don't we see evidence of maybe like a nuclear bomb or something crazy like that back then, if the ancestors were privy to that level of technology? Educate.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the ancient story, like I tell everybody, most people, when it comes to the myths and stories, are focused on the Quran and the Bible, but I encourage everyone to read the Vedas. And the Vedas are very detailed. But not only just the Vedas, but we go through it in the Bible. When you go in the Vedas, the gods are flying around in objects called Vimanas in the sky. And they also had what sounds like a nuclear war in the Vedas, which they say was part of some of the cataclysms and why there's a lot of desert in those areas. Now, can I confirm and say that all of that is true? And maybe there's some people who think they're smart, who think they were just writing ancient comic books. Maybe. But even in the Bible, we have the angels flying around and things that seem to be like ships. Then in the Bible, what do we have? We actually have genetic manipulation. When Adam is ribbed, this is actually the Bible describing genetic manipulation. Then I could take you to the Popol Vuh, the Olmecs, where they describe genetic manipulation. Then we could go to the Sumerian tablets. They're talking about
Popol Vuh, not Olmec.
Popol Vuh is Olmec.
Popol Vuh is like New Age.
What do you think it
14th
is?
century. Popol Vuh come out in the CE times. Olmecs left in BCE times.
No, that's what they told you. There's no date on the Olmecs. They'll tell you that the civilization started, I think around 1100 or something in past day, but that's not true. And what they usually call Mayan is Olmec, or the She people. Actually, they call the She people. But the point I was making is, if you go to the Popol Vuh, you'll see they're talking about genetic manipulation. If you go in Egypt in the tomb of Seti I, this is what I think, what was his name? What's the Champollion? One of them discovered where it says, I think it's Tomb of Seti I, it said the Egyptians talk about how they created a race. So you have all of these things, you know what I'm saying? And I tell people, remember the Jetsons? Everything you see on the Jetsons are real. If people are talking about it, if people are writing stories about it, it's in their consciousness. So just like when people used to talk about the Jetsons, just because they was working on it back then. Now we literally have the cell phone with your face on it. You know what I'm saying? You literally have the self-driving cars now. If we go in the ancients, they're telling the same type of story. I don't think they're just writing mythology out of nowhere. Where do they even get the imagination? You know, saying today we're making movies like Independence Day, and it's still baffling people imagination. You got the ancients writing about ancient space wars and people shooting stuff out of ships, and what sounds like they were dealing with nuclear waste. Even when you go in the Bible, you'll see it sounds like when it's talking about the end, it sounds like it's talking about nuclear destruction. So in terms of what the ancients had and created, I don't think we can put a limit on it and say that. But they have to push that narrative in order to push evolution, to make it look like man developed. And then, but if you look at the timeline, the last 5,000 years has been all the development, and it just came and it just appears out of nowhere. Man just appears.
All right, we got to move on. We got to move on. Let me get Zion Wardchild in the building. What up, Zion?
What up, y'all? Y'all got me agree. Hold on, y'all. How y'all got me agreeing with Moses and daggone Lex right now?
Damn, you agree with Moses?
Not 100, but
you agree with Moses?
I agree with Moses right now, even though I believe he has his own interpretation, which I've been listening to him a little bit more. I don't think that his interpretation is bad. I think that he kind of presents it like it is the interpretation, but I like his interpretation a little bit. I like the way he's coming from. But Lex,
you hear that, Moses?
Huh?
I was saying, you hear that, Moses? Look at the camera, man.
You don't like me. It don't matter. I already know the vibe, man.
Oh, man.
From day one. That's why I rebuked the devil. But Lex Vortex, me and Lex Vortex used to scrap all the time. And right now, when he's talking about how it is a necessity to have a balance between religion. Now, I come from a little bit of a different perspective because I deal with psychology and stuff like that. So I do believe that it is necessary for human beings to have a spiritual system as well as understanding science. You're not even going to get away with it, honestly, because it's actually a psychological default mechanism now. But getting into some of the other things about them having some of the those sciences, I'm not going to speculate on that, right? But my brother Easy Bands brought it out earlier, and he was articulating something very correct. The more human beings have there's a study on this. Even what's the dude, one of the main voices of atheism, who just recently the dude that created that book called the God of the Gaps. He calls himself a cultural Christian. He has now shifted, even though he does not necessarily believe in God and all of the mythos of the Bible, he actually does understand the necessity of faith. And so he has called himself a cultural Christian, even though he is one of the largest voices of atheism. Why? Because he is noticing in science, with the statistics and everything else, that birth rates are going down and aged populations are going up in communities where people are removing themselves from traditional belief systems. Oh, that means that evolution is on a decline if people are not making babies. People are not making babies in certain communities because we have deviated towards capitalism. It is now less positive to have 5 children when you have financial circumstances and you ain't at a certain financial level. So people, and then you have people who are deciding on when they should get married and when they should have children, rather than how, so the population rates are dwindling in Japan, in Switzerland, and in Sweden. Go look it up. These are the most secular countries.
Yo, hold on. Shout out to my man OG Blue in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Good meeting you the other day. That's what's up, my man. Peace to you, brother. Go ahead, Zion.
So there are things that we are not, we see as we're growing in science, we're not looking. The perfect example what Lex Vortex had brought out, and even I think Moses and somebody else had brought it out too, with the fact that science has been leading us in directions that have become more destructive. They're in order to mass produce food, they're not actually giving us nutritious things, they're giving us toxic things. In medicine, we're starting to get more toxic results from the medicine that they're creating that's not healing nothing, only serving to you understand what I'm saying? So what we're seeing is that as science becomes more secular and moving away from a specific moral compass, they want to just be, and everything is based on economics and not democracy, but capitalism. Science has been failing us.
Fact.
Actually causing destruction to our communities, to us as a whole, while the elite sit up there getting fat and doing nothing but touch each other and your babies.
Right. And getting right. Check this out.
All right. Hold on. Shout out to my man DMG, the infamous DMG. Thank you for the donation. And I got to say, before you go, Lex, we got to let DMG speak first. But I got to say, Zion, that's foolish talk you talking now.
Oh, I got a statistic.
Now you talking like a monkey. You talking like a monkey.
I got a whole presentation on it.
Man,
no religion.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is you beginning to talk like a monkey. When you start saying science have messed us up a little bit, I got to disagree with you. I'm not
saying science as a whole.
Yeah, that's comedy. That's comedy talk right there, brother.
I'm saying modern European science, the capitalism, and everything that's building weapons of nuclear destruction, and all kinds of things that are flooding causing our ecosystem, our daggone the daggone sun is daggone breaking through. We have daggone you know what I'm saying? The earth is heating up,
but listen, bro.
You can't separate.
You know why they're able to do that, brother? They're able to build it because they studying science, nigga.
Bruh, they're able to
they studying science. Why you telling people don't study science? Oh, I'm cutting you off. I cut Apostle off all the time. They studying. They are able to do it because they studying science. Why you telling people, not you personally, science of the world is foolishness. Don't study science. Then the God of your Bible is telling people don't study science. Meanwhile, the white man is studying science all over the world. That's why he's able to build atomic bombs. That's why he's able to go to the hospital and figure it out. Which potion do we need to cure this disease? Because they studying science, nigga. What the hell is wrong with y'all, man, with this foolish talk?
You misrepresent what I said.
All right,
I didn't say that.
Say it again.
I did not say in the beginning. I said that there is a necessity for the balance of the two, not that you should not believe in science.
Say what you
from the beginning.
Gotta go, man. Peace.
Because they're one thing.
Easy man, peace, easy man. Thank you for coming through, brother.
Thank you, brother. Peace.
Yeah, science and spirituality are one thing. If you take one away, it becomes imbalanced on either side, because spirituality, or what people call spirituality, is a part of nature. It plays. So when you take spirituality out of science, it's like removing a lug nut from a wheel. Something's gonna go wrong.
Lex, you know what? Science is the greatest thing that you could ever be a part of, because science always changes. Science is never stagnant like your Bible. And I'm not talking about you, Lex. Science is not stagnant like Apostles' Bible. Like Apostle,
but it is now.
Like Apostle mentality in the Bible. Like science is not stagnant like the Muslims' Quran. Science is forever changing. You know why? Because that's the way of life. We always change. Nothing in life stays the same. So
hey,
when you
that's a good. Let me ask you this then. Let me
finish. Don't cut me off, because you're gonna break my wisdom. So like nothing in life stays the same, brother. So science is forever going forward and moving. Like once you learn one thing and it's not that, and you go up more, then they begin to modify it, and it changes to be better, and it goes on and be better and better until they get the idea. So it's never stagnant. That's why science is better than any book you could come up with, any holy book, any God. God told you to reject science. God told you to stay away from science in the Bible. Are you going to stay away from science because God in the Bible told you to? A fake God? Come on, brother. Come on.
God never said.
I need a book chapter and verse on that one.
Hey, Sa, you said that science is constantly changing.
Yes, right? Science is always changing. But hold up, Lex. I want to bring my man in right quick, because you're going to go long, man. Let me bring him up.
I was going to ask you a quick. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Let me bring him up, my man DMG.
Hey, salute to big bro sa.neter. Staying you stay on us religious folks' neck, man. So but this is what I will say. I think consistency is something to be proud of, and something to be that we should try to adhere to. And I think the Bible, the Quran, whatever other spiritual text people follow, keeps them consistent. I know you say it keeps you stagnant. I would argue that it keeps us consistent. So that's my position on that. But I just got back from Jamaica last night. Shout out to my man Zion, because I spent time with 5 brothers, and they gave me the history of what I think might be one of the most underrated, disrespected, and I would dare say we don't cover it enough in the community, and that's the Rastafari movement. And I actually learned a lot about how it started. And when we look at other movements like the NOI, the Israelites, they got, even though those movements, I think the NOI started around the same time, the Israelite movement is older, but you can see some of the influences that they took from the Rastafari movement. So salute to those brothers and sisters who follow that particular ideology. And I think it deserved to get more exposure in the community. And of course, can't nobody do that better than sa.neter. I would like to say this though, when it comes to religion and science, I think that it's a balance that can be had for both. It's a harmony that we seem to think can't be reached when it comes to science and religion. One don't have to exclude the other. I think you can be faithful to whatever your religious practice is and still respect what science does in its respective place. I don't think it has to be one or the other. I don't think Brother Jabari, who I love and respect, I don't think he would say his spiritual tradition is contradictive of his adherence to science and the facts thereof. So, and if he can do it with his spiritual tradition, I can do it as a Christian. Elder Apostle can do it as an Israelite, and so forth and so on. For some reason, we think one eliminates the other when that don't have to be the case. And that's what I really wanted to intimate. But I'm gonna kick back and listen until it's time to chime in again.
So
I hear you. I hear you.
Amen, DMG. Amen.
I'm gonna say this real quick, right? I said it twice, and I'm gonna say it for the third time. We were never supposed to be trying to be like our ancestors. I'm gonna let that linger for a minute. I know y'all probably, what the hell is sa.neter talking about?
Tomatoes.
Yeah, we was not. I say we were supposed to take what they have done and learn from it and begin to build our own culture and become better than what they were. Just like when we leave here, we're supposed to be leaving something behind so that our children and our babies can learn from what we did and make it better. That's how it's supposed to be. But what do we do? We go to Kemet. We think we Egyptians now. We walk around like the Egyptians. We get the unks and walk around with sandals on and have the unk wrapped around our hand, thinking that we Egyptians. Brother, you were never supposed to be Egyptians. You learn from what they did and the science that they did, and you add on to it to make your life better for your community. Not to teach them that, oh, y'all Egyptians. Just like the Muslims. You don't try to be like Prophet Muhammad. That was for his people 1,400 years ago. Now our people are dyeing their goddamn beards, walking around with sandals on, thinking that you in the goddamn desert somewhere, walking around with a damn dress on, trying to be like the Arabs, the Muslims. We got to learn how to be ourselves, man. And take that.
Hey, you know what it's like?
Hold up and take that knowledge and build on it, not to try to be like them. Look at the Hebrew Israelites and the crazy stuff that they wear, because even though the ancestors of the Hebrews, they didn't wear that type of stuff. They didn't wear them garbs with the bracelets and all that stuff on their hand. They didn't do all that. But I think that's what's holding us back, because we're trying to be like another people instead of realizing who we are. We got to be like who we are, man. Who want to say something? Who want to speak? Okay.
Yeah, let me say this right quick. It's the same way, it's the same way like with our culture over here, right? You got a lot of the Africans They over there trying to be like us. They, what's up, my nigga? You know,
Right.
but to us, it look foolish. It look
Right.
foolish when we see them trying to act like us because they didn't grow up in our culture. They come up like we came up. So it's the same way when we see the so-called black people in America dressing like Hebrew Israelites, you know, are trying to dress like the Kemites. It's the same thing. That's just how I see it. Because when I look at them Africans over there and they trying to act like us, to me, they look foolish because they don't understand our culture. Trying to be something they're not.
sa.neter, you've been yourself. Got you thinking humans came from fish and monkeys. I don't believe that. That's not what I represent, fam. See, you don't know me. Because I was saying before. I got
a question.
Go ahead.
I got a question for all these religious people. How come there are 16 world crucified saviors with the exact same story as the Jesus in the Bible? And this is according to Kersey Gray's book, The World's 16 Crucified Saviors.
See, I just did a video. I just did a video on people.
Oh, what up, DMG? I was on your show not long ago.
What's up, bro? What's up? I just did a video not too long ago.
I think he didn't lost signal.
No, I hear you. We all hear him.
Okay. I was about to say, look, I did a video not too long ago talking about my man Cedric, big bro Aunt, and my sister Juju, and all the rest of the pseudo killers, like making the word pseudo cliche in the community. So I gotta watch myself so I don't be a hypocrite, because I almost said Kersey Graves is pseudo. But I'm not gonna say I'm just gonna say Kersey Graves been debunked. So have Madam Blavatsky and all that other foolishness. So
been debunked by who?
It been debunked by scholars. Period.
Okay.
But this the thing. You can find certain elements of every spiritual tradition that's going to be, especially in the Levant or in the Mediterranean area, that's going to be similar to one another. The issue I have is this: whether it's true or not, and that's why it's called faith. Whether it's true or not, whatever it is, Black people adhere to. Like, I think the elder James Small said this: we out Muslim the Arab, we out Christian the Jew or the European, whatever. He because whatever we get, we make it jazzy, we make it hip. And all I'm saying is this: if my man Captain K, that's my brother in real life, that's my guy, good man. He says out his own mouth that before he got into the ISUPK, he wasn't worth a dime. I would take him in the state he in with his spikes and his headband and all the rhetoric he be talking. I would take that version of him that's in the ISUPK over the brother he told me he used to be. The brother that a snake, his fellow brother, the brother that a dog, the Black woman, and treat her like she ain't nothing. I take him being in the ISUPK over the brother he say he used to be. I take Khalil Shabazz over the brother he say he became before he came into the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I know the people who know me take me before I became a Christian and actually started believing and trying to adhere to those teachings. So whether you think it's true or not, if it make Black men and Black women better people, I don't see what the problem is. And that's my main thing with when we say, well, this ain't true about this religion and this ain't true about that religion. One thing I know is true is it's people who say by their own account or living better lives and being more productive people based on their adherence to these religions. So whether it's true or not is irrelevant to the grand scheme of things, because that's something we're gonna have to deal with when our existence on this plane is over with, and we'll figure that out then. But in the here and now, if I'm a better man than I was prior to me trying to walk this walk, or this person is a better sister or brother prior to them trying to walk this walk, then what's the issue?
You know why you say that? Because the real test didn't come to them yet that you didn't see. The real test to Captain 10K, shout out to Captain 10K. I know who you talking about. That's our brother. That's our brother. And we love them. And I'm always honest with Captain. I bust his ass every time we get to talking. And Captain will tell you. Now, me and Saul, we go at it all the time. And Captain busts my ass. You see what I'm saying?
No, you know me and Cap always arguing.
Yeah, and one thing about me and Cap, we got mad love and we respect each other's opinion. And I'm not going to change Captain, and Captain ain't going to change me. But I tell you one thing, we always honest with each other when it comes to this goddamn information. You know what I'm saying? So if I was to put Captain 10K in a situation or ask him some questions, you will see what that religion have done to him, especially pertaining to the woman.
And that's the thing. I agree with you, Sa, that it's always going to be some stuff that we disagree with anybody. It's stuff I disagree with my atheist brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. And they say they ain't got no religion. So it's always going to be some disagreements within whatever belief, whether it's historical or it's something that's happening currently. But again, I think if Cap is a better man now than he was before he got into the ISUPK, I take him being in the ISUPK. I'd rather he be in the ISUPK being a productive Black man, taking care of his family, watching out for his fellow brothers and sisters, than being a dope dealer, being a drug dealer, a drug addict, a whoremonger, whatever negative idiom you want to put on it. By his own admission is what he was doing. I take him in the ISUPK or the NOI or the Moorish Science Temple as the Rastafari. I take him in those spiritual traditions other than him being an unproductive person. Whether it's just him being a lazy Negro that's sitting on the couch all day while his women go to work. I take him being in the ISUPK over any of that.
I hear you. But if a hungry
look, I got a question for y'all. I got another question.
Hold up. But if an African hungry child walk past your cookout and say, Captain 10K, I'm hungry, sir. Can I have a bite to eat? Captain 10K would tell him to get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. We don't feed Africans. We don't feed you. It could be a little white, it could be a girl. And he say, Captain 10K, I'm hungry. Can I get a little bit of the rice? Can I get some franks? Can I get something to eat? Captain 10K look down on that African child and say, get the hell up out of here. You're a Hamite.
He don't believe we African. Now me, I would feed that baby. But again,
no. That's you. I'm talking about right. Captain 10K. You let Captain 10K be around Tazariak, Daniel Allah, and his champion. All right, the general. Captain 10K gonna tell that baby. Come on, man.
I agree with you, Cap. I agree with you, Sa. But my thing is, we can take that negative thing and some other negative things that we feel negative about the ISUPK and the Israelite movement. But again, if I look at what's the analogy? The clean glass and the dirty glass.
Yeah, your brother said peace to you, brother. Look on the screen.
Peace to BK. Peace to BK. Shout out BK. I'm gonna hit you up, bro. I just got back from Jamaica last night. So, but we got to look at the clean glass and the dirty glass, Si. If him not feeding the African or him feeling how he feel about Africans versus again what he was doing in our community in real time. That would directly affect the people around us in our neighborhood. Because me and him both from St. Louis. So I see.
Did y'all meet up yet? Did y'all meet up?
Oh yeah, we done met in person. I brought him back a bottle from
Yeah,
Jamaica. So
that's good.
so I'm gonna be linking up with him this week. But my point is, again, I take those few negatives because there's some negative things about me. We all got negative sides to what it is we feel that people gonna come up with. If I say Christianity, not the white man's religion, it's gonna be a bunch of people up here that disagree with me, and we can have that argument. But everybody gonna have negative aspects to what it is they believe and follow. It's a bunch of Christian people that voted for Donald Trump. I don't agree with it, but they say they did it because they Christians. So
Hebrew Israelites voted for Donald Trump.
That's right. Y'all right. Black Page is number one.
Yeah, I would take him not feeding an African and still being productive in our community. Because I didn't see him feed Africans, Chinese when they do they food drive. Now I know they ain't gonna invite them to the cookout, but my point is, it's a lot worse things Cap could be doing besides not feeding an African.
For sure.
Do you know what Passover is about?
I do.
According to the Hebrew Israelites, according to the ISUPK.
Our deliverance.
What is the Passover about?
Our deliverance from Egypt.
Not you, Apostle. What is the Passover about?
The Passover is about the consequences of what Pharaoh, I'm talking about within the narrative, what Pharaoh was doing to the Israelites. They was warned on what would come. The Israelites was told what to do to prevent it from touching them. Because keep in mind, had the Israelites not did what they was told, it would have hit them too. So
probably did.
I know we like to emphasize that it's about killing African babies and all of that.
There you go.
It killed animals. It killed everybody. And had the Israelites not done what they was told, it would have killed them too.
Right.
Yeah. So they are proud to say it publicly that the Passover that we represent is not just one, but is also a representation of God going over them with the cloud, killing African babies, like you said. Just killing African babies.
Yeah. But I think
one day I might come over there on your channel when I see Captain 10K and we have a nice discussion.
Hey, every Sunday at 11 o'clock, Cap do Sharpen Your Sword Radio. He do it on his channel and he do it on my channel. Yeah, so definitely tap in with him one day.
I'll be seeing him a lot of times. I'll be over there sometime in the bushes.
Yeah, tap in. He'll love that. He'll love
All
that.
Right. All right, let me get Ashay. Ashay, what up, brother?
How you doing, brother? To the brother, peace to the brother too, just speaking
DMG.
DMG, yes. And I don't want people to think when I'm giving the pushback that it's some type of problem. I just push back to the information. And when you said that spirituality in your spirituality in your religion can go hand in hand like Jabari's, as far as science goes, I would have to push back and disagree, because at the root of these things, far as Kemet and even ancient Babylon and what the Sumerians had going on, we're looking at anthropomorphized aspects of nature. Now, when you get to going in trying to make Asar a literal individual, set a literal individual, which I know Jabari does not, then we just dealing with the aspects of nature which they represent and the symbolism that's behind that. When we go into the Abrahamic faiths, they don't share that same sentiment. You get what I'm saying? Like Allah is not a grain god or a fertility god. You get what I'm saying? Like he's the creator of all things. He was here before here was here. You get what I'm saying? Same thing go for the God of the Torah. Same thing in the God of the Torah is supposed to be our hope to you is also the God of, the New Testament as well. You get what I'm saying? New Testament.
But they're the same God though, right?
But 1 second. But you see where I'm going with this, where we have anthropomorphized aspects of nature, but when it comes to this God, we can't really put this God to the test. He's not symbolic. He's this creator that we can't really prove. You get what I'm saying? He does strictly lie in that realm of faith.
I hear what you're saying, and the only thing I would say to that is, when we deal with comedic deities, I think it's cool to say it's a personification of nature, because in some instances it is, but not in all instances, and not all aspects of a said deity are simply based on nature. So, like when we say Ra is the supreme deity, what's the difference between saying Ra is the supreme and all powerful deity and saying that Allah is, or Jah is, or Jehovah is? Because when we look at what those deities say they do, and we look at what it said that Ra do, it's the same thing. So even from a Trinitarian standpoint, it's a Kemetic text. It's called the Leiden hymns or the Linden hymns, where it says Ptah, Amun, and Ra are one deity in separate forms, and this is during I think the 18th or 19th dynasty. And I always tell people, if you're gonna compare from a Trinity standpoint and a Kemetic deity, it would be that text where it explains that these three deities are the same deity in preponderance. And it literally describes Ptah, Ra, and Amun the same way the Bible would describe, or a Christian would describe, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So it just depends on what deity or what aspect of that deity you want to emphasize, because they still have functions outside of just being about grain, or outside of being about, whatever their function was. And the other thing is, while Jabari may not look at deities as being literal, it's a lot of people who follow the Kemetic tradition who do. I know a sister that come on my channel. She'll tell you right now, she believes in the Neters as actual beings who she prays to for different things. She get up, she say her 42, and she a powerful sister. So I was working on doing a video with her. I guess it never manifested, but so I know who I'm talking about. She believes that the Neters are literal. She's an educator, powerful sister, smart as could be, but that's her interpretation of the Kemetic tradition versus somebody else's. So it just depends on who we talking about. I know I used Jabari as an example, but it's just like you had different denominations in Christianity. You got different sects of belief in the NOI, because you got people in the NOI who don't follow Farrakhan. They just follow Elijah Muhammad. You got the different camps in the Israelite group. It's the same way with the Kemetic movement. Not everybody is not a monolith.
But not to cut you off, brother.
Go ahead,
we can have Ra and the sun, which is the Kemetic word for sun, the Nile Valley word for sun. Even before you had Kemet set up as a kingdom and all that, Ra is still the word for the sun. We can have the philosophical story attached to it. I get where you're going with that, right? And there's aspects that when we even get to deal with Jesus and all of that, where I would just throw it off as sun worship personally. But I know as a Christian and belonging to the Abrahamic faith, you're not going to take that aspect, even though that us on the outside looking in, we're looking at that as sun worship. We're looking at it, you get what I'm saying, like feature like Helios and coming all the way down from there, especially with the Greco influence, Roman influence, Cometian influence, dealing with Ra, you get what I'm saying? So I'm always looking at the aspect of nature, and then you go into it, you get the human aspects as well, but we're still dealing, they're literal in that sense, but we still dealing with things that we can tangibly deal with. When we go on with God, God takes on human characteristics. God is supposed to be the creator of all things. We know that the Kemetic spirituality is very fluid. That's one thing I did want to add to this conversation as well, that it didn't just stick one way. You see it changing. You see the roles changing, deities doing different things. This is how we know that they're anthropomorphic. This is how we know that they're symbolic. This is how we know that these are metaphors, because we even see that. You look at certain spell texts as well, where you see the body parts are deified as well. So we know just looking at the text itself that, oh, this is all symbolism. But when we open up your text, and if you don't believe it this way, then you're not a true believer. God did all those things. God made Adam. God put Adam to sleep and then separated the Isis rib and bring together Eve. You get what I'm saying? Like, all this is happening in your story. And if I don't believe it like that, then I'm not a true believer. Right? You get what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Let me move on over to let me let you know that Muhammad, that Omar Muhammad, salam alaikum, brother. Omar Muhammad, salam alaikum. Brother, that is an absolute lie.
Yeah, Hebrew now.
Yeah, that is a lie. Well, keep in mind the Egyptians unalived the Israelite babies. Show me anywhere in history that the Egyptians unalived Hebrew Israelite babies. And I'm talking about, don't go in the Bible. Come outside of the Bible, brother. Why do you think you could never go in history and find anything in history that the Bible was talking about? Because it's not real, bro. It's just a story made up by men. It was a story made up by men. And the minute we learn that, we grow. We all begin to grow, man. Our ancestors came out of slavery, not bringing the Bible. They hoped that we would never came across the Bible. You see what I'm saying? When they came out of slavery, they never thought that we will take that damn Bible and cling it to our heart. They only accepted the Bible because if they didn't, they would be slaughtered and murdered and killed. So they had to go by the scriptures that said you are cursed because of Ham. Understand that. When they came over here on the damn ships, they didn't come over here with no Bibles. You would never find a Bible on the slave ship. So what is that telling you? When they got here to America, you had the Bible, but they ain't come over here with not one. They didn't even speak English. So what is that telling you? They didn't speak English, y'all. So where's the African Bible at that they had? Where's it at? There was none.
Wake them up, son.
Let me share something with you. Well, let me say this to the brother real quick, too. I don't know if you're familiar with a scholar named Richard H. Wilkerson, right?
Right.
But he wrote the book, The Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Egypt. Now, he notes that Egypt, at one point, I believe it's between the 18th and like 21st dynasty, became virtually monotheistic because Amun, first Amun, and then of course they merged Amun and Ra together. But Amun-Ra was considered to be the source of all creation, and every other deity was believed to just be an aspect of Ra. It's another author that's real big on Kemet. He got a book called The All Who Were One. So at one point, same thing with Aten. So at one point, Kemet was virtually monotheistic in that everything was a product of Amun-Ra, or whether it was Aten or Atum, they had the same functions. I want to say that to that. The other thing with what Sa was saying is, you know it's evidence, Sa, that it was Christian outposts in West Africa prior to colonialism. So prior to the European coming over there, it's evidence that Christianity was in West Africa. Now, how pronounced it was, we don't know, but it is evidence that it was there before the European.
That's a good point. That's the point that I'm talking about, DMG. How did they pronounce it? Where is that book at? I'm quite sure there's not no Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Mike.
Well, even today,
hold up. There's not no Luke. There's not no Luke, John, Michael,
English,
all of that stuff. Because they were African names, right? It was an African book. It wouldn't be written in English. It would be written in the African language. So where is that book? And until we get that book, we got to stop trying to make it look like, remember, King James, King James. That's the King James book that y'all reading. Who was the homosexual?
I will say this.
Hold up. Who was the alcoholic? Who killed his own mother?
I agree.
Come on, man. Who had a chamber going from his house to his lover's house underground? Come on, bro.
This the other part about King James that don't nobody want to talk about. King James King James family owned the Royal African Company. Yeah. Anybody can look this up. Somebody said source up DMG. You can verify whatever I'm saying. The Royal African Company that was owned by King James family transported more slaves to the Americas than any other shipping company. Right. So if King James was black, he the biggest race trader in history.
Right.
And he was black.
Can you show my screen?
No,
please?
those would be the African.
Hold on. I got to get Apostle in here. Let him speak. Apostle said he was black. Source up, Apostle. Don't dig a deep hole. Just source up, brother.
Oh, I showed it. I already sourced it.
Now, I'm telling you, there's new people in the chat. Source up.
Oh, my God. I'm trying to remember where I got the information at.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, let me show my screen, please.
Yeah, hold on. I'll go get the information.
While you're getting this, let me read this because this is what is going on here, right? A lot of people want to lean on the Passover. They want to lean on the Exodus and all of these things, but what all it is contemporary myths, and it's not really. They want to say that it's that has been dealt with by scholarship. Now let me read this. The historical existence of the Passover described in the Bible remains debated, while the Passover Central Jewish holiday commemorating the Israelite liberation from Egyptian slavery. Mainstream scholarship lacks definitive archaeology and textual evidence that the Exodus narrative widespread Israelite enslavement in Egypt. Many historians view the story as a foundational myth rather than literal historical account. However, the festival endured cultural and religious significance, underscoring the importance regardless of its historical verification. So when I read this, I'm thinking that these things is, like I said, and man, a few people in the chat, especially Sir, we say this book been created by men. All these events, the Exodus, all this Passover, all these things right here is just commentary of a book that they put together and they made, especially in the King James Version. They really added on to it then. So my thing is this, while we sitting here having this big debate, are we really talking about some real historical events?
So if you know that, I will tell you in a minute. See, what's the difference between me? I'm telling you right here, I will sit up here and say before the world, ancient Kemet was all created by man.
Yes, sir.
No God from the sky came out. There were men who carved in stones on the wall, the metal nature. There were men who made the pyramids. Not no God came down. Men did that. Right. So why didn't you think men is the one that wrote the Bible, wrote the scriptures? Was it God who gave you the 10 commandments? Did God write the 10 commandments? Anybody could answer that. Was it God who wrote the 10 commandments?
Yeah.
Or was it
what you said about Kemet is not true. You're saying men did everything in Kemet, and that's fine for you to say, but that's not what they say.
Who is they?
The ancient Egyptians, because they have a scribe named Tahuti, who was the god of scribes, the god of words. He relates the divine words to the people.
Tahuti,
they believe that. That's Tahuti, the ibis bird. That's why
he was mythological. He wasn't real.
Hold on.
Tahuti was not a real person.
That's not what the Egyptians said. Show me anywhere where the Egyptians said Tahuti was not a real person.
Hold on. I say, was Tahuti a real person? I say, according to your knowledge.
I don't get how Tahuti could be a real person if it's an ibis bird and a monkey.
Thank you, brother.
Well, show me.
Thank you.
That's what he said.
Hey,
hold on.
He was real.
Hold on. You said, this is what I'm saying. Y'all are superimposing your atheist materialistic views on the ancients. Where in Egyptian text does it say Tahuti was not real because he was depicted as a bird or any other deity?
So he's both. So he was both. So he was a baboon and a bird.
Yeah, that's called symbol, sir. But
so why did they refuse to just make him a person like they
that's
did with other people?
No, listen. I'm not asking you, Ashe, to interpret how you feel about, oh, well, he was a baboon and a bird. Yeah. Yeah, that's the symbolic depiction. But what did they say? They never said he wasn't real.
Lex,
You
Tahuti
see,
was not real.
Tahuti got his own personal book, y'all. It's the Imram tablets. That's his own personal
Ain't no
book.
such thing as no emerald tablets.
But the reason why I
It
said,
is a
the only
fact
reason
that
why I
the Imram
said that,
tablets, I
hold on
know
a sec,
it.
bro. Let me finish real quick. I'm only saying that just to be fair about what sa.neter tried to pull out. I just don't, and I'm not on nobody's side. I'm just saying it's not fair to superimpose what y'all are saying when y'all talk about Egypt. They not like y'all. They not atheists. They not people who believe in methodological naturalism. None of that. So y'all can't superimpose what y'all believe on the Egypt, and then because the Egyptians believe just like your so-called religious people. So if y'all want to throw away the gods, throw away the Egyptian gods too, and all of that. Just like they got to throw away the Bible, you got to throw away Kemet too, and just deal with modern methodological natural science.
Why do you think I always say it's man-made? And I'm not Egyptian. I just cling towards, I just go towards the history of Egypt over religion, because that's where a lot of the religion of today, the Abrahamic faith, come from. Simple as that. I'm not trying to be an Egyptian. I'm not trying to act like an Egyptian. I'm not walking around with no goddamn unk. I'm not doing
but you represent. You be repping that Egyptian flag like you fly that flag. So that's kind of religious.
No, brother, that's not true. I just told you what I do. I just accept the truth of it. That Egypt was here way before Christianity and Islam. And that's where all of that comes from. And Tahuti was not a real person, bro. Y'all got to understand that he was not a real person.
They have a
he was real. Hey,
they have a burial chamber.
Let me say this.
Let him go.
See, hold on, listen. See, y'all go up and down, little girl. See, y'all getting it twisted up with the symbolism of the bird face and all that. That's just symbolism. Okay. You got the divine paymancer, you got the Hermetica, you got the Imram tablets, you got the Kabbalion. All these books are supposedly written by Thor the Atlantean, who's known as Tahuti in Egypt. He's the one that taught them the use of the pen. As the Quran say, we taught man the use of the pen. So he's in the order of Melchizedek. As the Christ in the Bible say, he's from the order of Melchizedek. That goes back to Atlantis. Okay, so Tahuti was real. Somebody had to teach them how to write. They didn't learn it on their own. So when you go to the Imram tablets, it tells you that when the Atlanteans were on the verge of falling, they had to preserve the knowledge and take it to the land of Cam, okay, and teach the barbaric people. That's what it says. Hold up, I ain't done yet. Hold up, I'm going through over this. And then when you go into the Hermetica, Thor the Atlantean, or Tahuti he's referred to as, he's talking about how Egypt is a replica of Sirius, okay? And then the Holy Quran talk about Allah is the Lord of Sirius. And then when you find out who the Lord of Sirius is, according to the ancient Egyptians, they talk about Sut is the Lord of Sirius and all this junk. So before they got all these different names for the supreme being or whatever, right? But it's still talking about the same one regardless. I don't care if you Hebrew Israelite, you Christian, you Muslim, all y'all talking about the exact same God, the God of Abraham. Okay?
All right, check this out.
Matter.
Hold on. Was Tahuti of the ancient Egyptian gods, was that a real person?
No.
How would AI know?
The question of whether ancient Egyptian gods were real people is complex, as it involves both mythology and the deification of historical figures. Most Egyptian gods represented natural forces or abstract concepts, but some have roots in real human history, the human origin of gods. In a process called euhemerism, some gods are believed to have been based on legendary pre-dynastic kings or cultural heroes whose stories were mythologized over centuries. Imhotep, a real person who served as the architect for King Djoser's step pyramid.
Yes.
He was so revered for his wisdom and medical skill that he was eventually worshipped as a god of medicine.
That's right.
Osiris. Many scholars suggest Osiris may have originally been a pre-dynastic ruler. His mythological reign, as a king who brought civilization to Egypt, reflects the transition from tribal leadership to a unified monarchy. The pharaonic tradition. Ancient Egyptians believed the pharaoh was a living god, specifically, the earthly manifestation of Horus. Upon death, the pharaoh was thought to become one with Osiris. In this sense,
was Tahuti a real human being or mythological?
I got it for you right here, sir.
Tahiti is a geographic location, specifically the largest island in French Polynesia, and not a person or a mythological figure. However, in Polynesian mythology, the island's creation is often described through legends, such as the story of it being a great fish that swam away from Raiatea before being calmed into its current position. While there is no historical god Tahiti, the island's name is central to the heritage of the Maui people and their ancestral traditions. Do you want to know more about the mythology?
I got it for you right here. Show my screen.
Right, so they wasn't mythologies and not just made up stories.
Hold on, that Tahuti was a major Egyptian deity associated with the wisdom, writing, magic, often depicted in.
Yo, Apostle, stop doing that, man.
Often depicted in the biased head, while not an historical person in a controversial sense. Some modern historic traditions, particularly in Afrocentric and spiritual movements, view Tahuti as a historical figure, possibly wise king, sage from ancient Egypt or Atlantis. These beliefs are symbolic, mythological, rather than supported by mainstream archaeology or history. Thus, Tahuti is primary divine figure revered as a real intellectual and spiritual leader in certain belief systems. So so it's not a real person, it's a principle.
Yeah. Why do you think that is authoritative, though, Suntan?
Because it's commentary that's related to the subject matter. Now, you can go and find whatever you wanted. Hold on, Lex. You can go and get your source and match it. We can match source.
Yeah, no, brother, I'm asking you why you
cut me off. Hold on. I challenge you, Lex, to bring up some information, source up, and show us where Tahuti was a real person. And Mr. Truth Teller, I challenge
what I'm telling you is the only source you can get that from is the Egyptians themselves. What did they say? This is why. Listen to what I'm asking. Hold on. He said Suntan pulls up something. I don't know where it's from, whether it was AI or you pull up something. AI. Yeah, and in order to know that, you would have to read what the Egyptians. AI don't know whether
go get it from the Egyptians.
Hold on, brother. Let me because this is a learning moment. But the reason why I asked why he thought that was authoritative. Why did he think that AI knew whether Tahuti was real or not?
Next, and then you just being presumptuous by saying it's
it's
just a commentary.
Well, I didn't say AI.
Lex.
Well, I'm saying AI or whatever you got that from. Why do you think that's authoritative? Because this is what the pseudo killers do all the time.
Commentary, man. We're not trying to go all dig all what we're not trying to do what you're trying to do. You trying to debunk without no sort of source.
I'm not trying to I'm not debunking.
No, Lex. That's exactly what you're doing.
I'm not debunking anything.
Go and get sources. Back it up with the source.
Hold on.
That's it. Can I say something?
Real quick. Y'all are kind of deviating from what I'm saying. I'm not debunking anything. I'm saying that only the Egyptians know whether he was real or not. And if you want to get that information, you got to get it from the Egyptian text. Why would you think that some guy writing an article or AI was authoritative on that matter? And this is the problem that the pseudo killers have brought to this community. Listen, hold on. If you pull up an article, its articles are not scriptures. This is where y'all get religious. They're not scriptures. They're not infallible. So that's why I'll be asking why y'all be thinking that these things y'all pull up and say, source up. Just because you pull up that source, why do you think that is authoritative? You still have to vet that source and vet the person who wrote that source and why they wrote it and know that they have a bias too. But y'all have been trained by the pseudo killers. Pull up a source and you just pull up something and you think because you pulled it up and it says .com or .org or whatever it is, that it's authoritative. It's not. That's all I'm saying. Only the Egyptians know whether Tahuti was real or not, and you can only find that out from their text. You cannot go to no modern day source.
Not just
and in their text,
hold on. Are there anywhere in ancient Egypt that says on any writing that Tahuti was a real person?
No.
Yes, the way, that's what I'm saying. You have to
quiet, man.
A person or a deity.
Yo,
the
you
name
gotta be
Tahiti
quiet. It
is
says
of Polynesian
no.
origin
It said no,
and is
brother.
linguistically unrelated to the.
It said no. Let me ask him again.
You're asking the wrong question.
Well, what I ask him? What you want me to ask him?
Ask it. If just how you got to talk to AI. Say, if I was to just read the Egyptian hieroglyphs, would I think that Tahuti was a real person according to how it's written?
Because the people thought that they were real.
Listen, brother. Ask them that. Ask AI.
No,
say,
brother.
if I read the Egyptian hieroglyphs, does it indicate that the deities are real or fake according to how it's written?
All right, be quiet. If I read the Egyptian hieroglyph, would it indicate that Tahuti was a real person? Be quiet.
The presence of a cartouche, an oval outline enclosing a group of hieroglyphs, is the primary indicator of a specific royal person, such as a pharaoh. For non-royals, signs like the seated man or seated woman determinative often follow a phonetic name to clarify that the text refers to an individual rather than an abstract concept.
Yeah, see, it ain't saying that. Watch this.
No.
Watch this. Was in ancient Egypt, was Tahuti a real person?
No, you can't ask like that, Saul. You cannot ask AI a question like that. Because
now you say,
hold on, let me tell you. Because about AI, Saul, AI is built with guardrails. When you ask AI a question, it defaults to the mainstream answer. You have to ask it in a certain. That's why I say ask it this. Say in Egyptian
say according
writings,
to the Hermetics, it's Tahuti
just say
the
this.
real person.
Say in Egyptian writings, are the deities real according to how it is written?
You know what? I ain't even got to go through all that, man, because
that's what I'm saying, bro.
I'm trying to give you the juice.
That according to the way the Egyptians wrote it, they believe those deities are real, bro. They wasn't like when you read the Egyptian writings, there's no indication that these are mythological characters.
But
there's an indication that they're mythological characters because we don't have no proof of them existing today. And this is the problem, bro. Like,
no, that's the problem.
Hold on, wait.
I'm saying there's no indication.
Why we got proof for Akhenaten, King Tut, Queen P, all them, but we ain't got your boy who you want us to have. You want us to be spiritual.
You don't. Because listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. You're superimposing what you don't have, not what they had or what they thought. I'm saying if they're myths in the writings, it would indicate that they was myths, but they're doing things in the writings and attributing acts, and they're no way indicating that they're not saying this is not happening.
And with your logic, Adam and Eve is real.
No, listen, it don't matter about Adam and Eve. The reason why you want it to be myths, is because y'all want to discredit the Bible, but you want to embrace Egyptian myths and get away with saying, oh, these, hold up, but you want to get away with believing in the mythos of Egypt by saying it's myths when they didn't believe it, because it will put you on the same. Listen, bro, I'm unbiased. Everybody gets this work. Y'all are trying to backdoor Egypt by saying that it's gods and mythological, because you know that if you don't do that, that puts you on the same level as the so-called Bible believers that believe in mythologies. So you have to deny the crazy myths in Egypt, even though the Egyptians don't.
No, the Cometians were spiritual spooks, just like the Hebrews were spiritual spooks.
Of Saqqara. Ask AI that. Ask AI who built the Great Pyramid in Saqqara.
Lex and Mr. Truth Teller, y'all just speaking out on your head. You ain't showing no goddamn sources. But meanwhile, Suntan, I'm quite sure Ashe can pull up something. I could pull up something and show you that Tahuti was mythological.
Pull it out of the Egyptian records.
Let me go to Black. Go ahead. Ashe, get it for him.
I'm on my phone right now.
Let me get Black Mill. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And then
what I was saying.
Why you want to do that?
Yeah,
you next. Apostle, you next. Go ahead, Black Mill.
What I was saying, most of the netters, even if like you don't accept them as real, because we know the heads and the baboon and the bird, that's not a real thing. We know that's symbolic. But they had Thutmose the first, they had Thutmose the second, they had Thutmose. That was real people that literally lived and did things. Set was the next netter. They had Seti the first. That's like attributes of the god. That's why they have Amen-Ra and it's attributes of Ra. So all the netters have different attributes to them of real people. And then I could just even pull up the little god Bess, which is the short man with his tongue out, sir, because even the netters, there are over 1,500 netters.
Yes, Bess was a twa. Bess was a twa, brother.
Exactly. So that's them deifying our old people. Just like history going to tell us twice the oldest people. That's our
right.
People
so Bess is a real deity.
That's what, and Bess is a real. He's not a real person to say. It's like you could go and say, well, that's Haile Selassie or something. But it's representing the short people, which is what you call the Europeans would call pygmies, but not pygmies, our Twa people.
But how can you know that Osiris was not a real deity, a real person that they believed in? If
let me tell you how I believe
they even have a tomb, empty.
Let me tell you how I know he was.
Listen, sir, to what I'm about to tell you. They actually have an empty tomb.
Sir, Lex, let me just say something. I listened to you all for a long time.
Yeah, go ahead, Blackmail. Let him finish.
Some of the nursery crimes that we got in these daycares that we're sending our children to, did you get Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? How I wonder what you are? In school?
Yeah.
Do you know the stars up there up to now? You could look up and tell me about show me 3 or 4 constellations. Can you do that? Most of us, and that's why I told you about astronomy a while ago. Most of us grow to be old men, die, and never even understand the same heavens, which is the same astronomy, which is what our ancestors mastered. Why we are there quarreling on the internet and saying the people are not scientists. But we cannot even show 2 stars. We're like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in preschool because we never learned anything. And astronomy is science. It's the oldest and the first science. So all these stories, the mythological stories from Bible to Quran to the Kemetic mythology, they're all heavenly stories. They're all astronomical stories. That's why they have astrotheology, right? People might say it's not science, but if you understand fishing, farming, all these people use these things. We have these little books they call the almanac, which you buy. The almanac, and it's like it's following the lunar calendar. Tells you when to plant, if you want your crops to come short, if they have to go. That's science. So for us to say that the ancestors didn't know science, that's like being ignorant, because astronomy, up to now, modern day science is discovering what our ancestors knew in astronomy, which is the first science, and they just
that's right.
Pluto was just discovered in 1930. That's just recently. Whereas our ancestors were showing us these 9 balls in the sky. They have solar systems from even back in what we call Babylon and all these places. I believe all these places as black people I was there before, you know, the haplogroups
That's
were
true.
there before. Yeah, that's how I see. So
Yeah.
I don't want to go too long, but yeah. The sciences.
Hey.
All right, let me go to Apostle. It's on Apostle.
Go ahead and share the screen, man. Share the screen.
It's up there, bro.
All right. So I don't know how to make it bigger, but it's up there. This is from the Edinburgh College. It's a book, peer-reviewed book. And it's King James and the whole Stewart family is being black, darker skin.
Yeah. Hey, Sa, I want to give you a jewel. You know how they talk about pseudo.
Man, just hold up for a minute, man. I want to hear from sa.neter. I just said
he's dismissing that, bro.
Yeah, I understand, but I want to hear from him. That's all. I mean, he just told me to pull it up, so I did. So, you know, you talked about Elder Suntan and how he pulled it up, even though you couldn't tell what Elder Suntan pulled up. You couldn't tell where it was from.
What source is that?
It's a book, peer-reviewed book.
From where, Apostle?
It's at the Edinburgh University. It says here, the New College Library in the UK. Image location, the New College Library of Edinburgh in the UK. At least it shows where the source is from. Suntan read a source. You didn't know where it was from, what the source was, how I can find it, to check it, to see if it is what it is. Well, you can check this.
You can check mine, go to Wikipedia.
The source is right. I'm saying it didn't say what source it was.
I can put it in there if you want.
I already looked it up, Suntan.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of those kings in Europe were black.
No verified scholarly record.
A lot of those kings, I mean, it's common knowledge. I don't know about King James, but
hold on, man. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What you say, Rakufu?
I looked it up. It says, I looked to exactly what you're describing. The librarian at the College of Edinburgh sometimes calls Hebrew College or New College, claiming that King James, one of England, was black. And here's the reality. There is no verified scholarly record of that claim. There is no credible academic source, publication, or record.
Yeah. What source are you reading?
It's over. It's over.
It's not over.
Hold on, no, it's not over. Like y'all gotta
anything else, y'all finna make it up.
No,
hold on, why?
Wikipedia doesn't trump a peer-reviewed book.
Unless y'all finna get into the phenotypes and the genetics, let's move on.
Yeah, I mean, let's move on, but
yeah, because we not going to get into phenotypes and genetics, so we might
y'all can't dismiss. Y'all can't dismiss what he has up on the
I wanted to ask you about this Tahuti thing, man, because Simon told me about. Let's go back to the Tahuti thing.
Real quick, Ashe, real quick.
Hey, Rakufu is good for doing the same thing sa.neter do. Pull up Wikipedia. Wikipedia does not counsel out.
This is not Wikipedia, sir.
What is it?
It's Chat GPT.
And that don't counsel. That's something I can put up there.
Rakufu, Google it then. Google it. Okay. See what they say.
I can
answer. Sa.neter, this argument's so trash. If you look up the man mama and you look up the man daddy, they both white. Like this is
No, not necessarily though, bro. If you look at a lot of those royal
Yo, be quiet. What you got, Rakufu?
It comes back searching. Based on the available historical, genealogical, and scholarly records, there are no peer-reviewed PhD scholarly teachings, historical documents, or reputable academic publications that support the claim that King James IV of Scotland and one
as hell possible. Told you that's pseudo. Now that's Google. What you gonna say about Google?
Mine was Google, man. It's right here in Slider.
Yeah, what you gonna say about Google, Apostle?
Why? I'll tell you what I'll say. Why is that true? If they were trying to,
oh God,
I don't care what it says. You see that image located? Where is it at? It's coming from the New College Library of Edinburgh.
From Disney World.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because Google just said that that's not real.
Wait, so it's an ancestry. King James' parents were Mary, Queen of Scots, and Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, both of whom were of European, Scottish, and English ancestry. His family lineage is well documented back to the 12th century Scottish House of Stuarts.
God damn. Apostle, man. Apostle.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all are terrible with that.
Apostle, it sounds like you come right out of a comic book, bro.
Lex, you
Come on.
No, y'all know.
That's not proper research with Rakufu.
Hold on. You know, DMG, that's the Jim Kelly cut right there.
No doubt. Into the dragon, baby. I already know.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go get that cut right there and put it right up there. I like that.
You got to.
Right out of a
That'll be a hell of
comic
a sound effect right there.
Yeah, I gotta go get that.
But hey, Si, before I gotta go, but before I go, I know one of the things you asked was what would they have called the Abrahamic God in Africa, right? If you look at even today, like in the Yoruba lands, they still call it by the indigenous African name for God. So they call God Obatala or Odulamare.
Olufi. Yep.
Exactly. So they would always put. Yeah, they would always
They
would always call it what they always called it. And because of the similar concepts between the God they already believed in and the Christian God or the Abrahamic God, they didn't see an issue in a lot of times. I'm not talking about the times where it was oppression and forced conversion. I'm talking about the instances where they converted on their own, because I know we don't talk about that, but that actually happened too. But because of the similarities, they would just basically superimpose or syncretize the deities together. That's how you get like, I forget what it's called, but in some, like in Cuba and some South American countries, you have the Orishas syncretized into Christianity. So
Catholicism,
basically. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And hey, man, as always, it's always good to come and build on the HOK. I always learn something or get a laugh. But y'all got to go easy on Elder Apostle, man. He really is a wealth of knowledge if you just kick back and listen to what he's saying.
I agree. Apostle is he's like we was talking about you the other day, Apostle. You are what we call a battle
ancestor.
A battle elder. He's the battle elder. Yeah. So we was making a comparison between you and Ptah that was up here. Ptah is more of the softer version of the elder. He'd rather get the information out. And see, that's the point that we talk about. Apostle is different.
Yep.
Apostle is totally different.
Yeah, he just bust y'all's ass too.
He didn't bust nothing, Lex. Come on.
Yes, he did.
Hold up. To Apostle's credit, let me say this out because I didn't finish reading. To Apostle and Lex credit, portraits and descriptions, contemporary portraits and descriptions.
Nah, don't get their ass nothing, man.
I ain't because listen,
we already know.
It's saying James showed him as a light-skinned European, while some like Sir Anthony Weldon wrote unflattering descriptions of him. They do not indicate he was black. Swarthy and black descriptions. The theory sometimes cite references from his contemporaries that describe the Stuart family as black or swarthy, but historians interpret this to mean dark-haired, or olive-skinned, likely
Exactly.
inherited from French.
Right, that's what you're reading.
Let me finish. Connections, rather than identifying him as a black man or of recent African descent. Go ahead.
Hey, look at here. Right here. Let me say this real quick. It says, are there any, I'm gonna slide from this one. I got this on the side. Now, they asking for scholars, right? It say, are there any historical records leading to thought, the actual ancient scholars? Slider. No, there are no historical records linking Thoth to actual ancient Egyptian scholars. Thoth is a divine figure. Man, Lex, when you talking about go to the Egyptians, these studies are done by scholars. That's what they do.
No. Hold on, let me respond.
Why don't you let me finish? Why are you saying go to the scholars? This article that I just got from Google and from Slider said there are no historical scholars to that myth about Thoth. And they don't call him Tahuti. His real name is Thoth. So
no,
what you got to say.
You got it wrong. First of all, his real name. Hold on, let me respond to this brother, please, bro.
It's the other way around. His name is Tahuti.
You got it. First of all, you got it wrong. His real name is Tahuti. Suntan, will you chill out, brother? His real name is Tahuti. His Greek name,
go ahead,
is Thoth. I said
no. That's his Atlantean name. His Greek name is Hermes.
You pulled up. You pulled up an article.
Yeah,
and then you read in the article. There's no scholars who agree. I told you that you have to pull up the text from the Egyptians. Not no scholar to tell me their interpretation, like they're an authoritative God-like figure, just because you pull up an article, son. And this is what y'all got to learn about these articles. Yeah. These articles y'all pull up are not Bible scriptures. They're an opinion of somebody who wrote it, and they're usually writing about the opinion of a scholar. Now, scholars, most of them, they have a what? A worldview that is atheist in the first place. When you look at their worldview, all these scholars, they look back on the ancients and they just assume that all their stories are mythological because that's just their worldview. Everything in the ancient world is just a myth. The same thing they do with the Bible. So you reading that means nothing, Suntan. Read to me in the ancient Egyptian scriptures where they say their deities are not real. You won't find it because they believe they was real. And there's no scholar today that can tell me what the ancient Egyptians thought when I can read their thought process by reading their text. The scholars don't know what they're talking about, and they're lying and they're biased. Now, here's my last thing. I'm gonna land this plane on this. For all of y'all that talk this pseudo stuff, especially when it comes to genetics, the person who broke the genetic codes discovered it through a pseudo means, by a dream, just like Nikola Tesla. So next time you get on your AI, ask AI, were there any scientific or technological breakthroughs that came by dreams? Nikola Tesla said he dreamed about his technology. The guy one of the guys who broke the genome, he did it in a dream. He dreamed about what it was. So that right there shows you that consciousness is a part of the whole process. Look it up.
Gotcha.
I wanted to say, man.
I just want to finish up that little piece. It says academic consensus. The academic consensus is that he was a white European monarch, Cambridge University. Origins of the claim. The assertion that King James was black largely stems from modern movements such as segments of the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say. Wanted to say something to me before I left. I don't remember who it was.
I'd like to say to you, DMG, thanks. Appreciate you. Those kind of educated words that you shared about me, man. I appreciate it.
I wanted to say something to you, Apostle.
I appreciate that.
We all know you got knowledge. Pastor, we all know you got knowledge, man.
Apostle is on point right now because
I'm just talking to DMG.
All right, baby.
A lot of the royal bloodlines in Europe were black. You can get that in the book Ancient Britons. We know that Queen Charlotte was I think she was half black, but a lot of the royal bloodlines in Europe were black. You can get the book Modern and Ancient Britons, and it'll lay all of that out. You can get the book Nature Knows No Color Line, written by our brother right here, and it lays out a lot of those monarchs in Europe were black. So the only reason why I said Apostle bust y'all ass is because we know that a lot of those monarchs are black, and you just denying it after he shows you a picture in a book in a college, setting. You can't just say, "Oh, dismiss it," because there are black monarchs in Europe. Those people were not all white.
Hey Lex, who denied?
I mean, this like I said, this conversation is going to become circular, and it's not going to go anywhere until y'all stop being lazy and get into the genetics and the haplogroups and do that part of the work. You can sit up and do the lookership. Hold on, wait, don't cut me off. You can sit up and do this lookership all day, but until you actually do your field work and do that proper research, all we gonna be doing is it's gonna be back and forth. Now hold on, wait, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish.
I don't know what's going on. Now, back to Tahuti. Let's talk about the Egyptians themselves, the Cometians themselves. Now, Rakufu, do you believe that the contingents of Haru and Set were real, dealing with the lettuce? Do you really believe like that they took the semen and put it on his head and like? Come on, bro. Like, that's symbolic. Like, Rakufu knows that. I know that. sa.neter knows that. You know what I'm saying? And guess who else is involved in that story? Dun, 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 dun. Who's ruling in the court? Tahuti's there. So right there, we see the Cometians putting Tahuti in this mythological form. And then you also see him in afterlife scenes as well. Another mythological form, because who's coming back from the dead and telling you how the dead look? Or I seen Tahuti, he was there with a sorry man, and it was later. Come on, bro, that's all man's work. That's all man's ideology. Stop playing with the people. Like, we're not gonna act like Tahuti was a real person. We ain't got to do that. We ain't got to.
Because you just say he's not. That's all.
According to his book, right? According to Tahuti's own book, the Emerald Tablets.
The Emerald Tablets, there's no such thing as a jade green Emerald Tablet.
Hold on. I ain't cut you off. Hold on. Let me finish. He said that he erected the Great Pyramid in Kemet. He said he structured it. Now we know that Khufu put his name on it and took credit for it. That's why I was asking Sai to ask AI who built the Great Pyramid.
You come right out of a comic book.
Yo, what I was trying to say is...
Hold on, wait. Suntan, look up, did the Emerald Tablets ever exist? Because that's totally pseudo Billy Carson.
While they doing that, Lex, I just want to ask you, you're talking about these two volumes here?
Yeah.
Y'all ain't ready for Billy Carson.
Yeah, those two volumes. So if you read that, you know that they were...
a lot of black.
Apostle, you're right. We're not really ready for Billy Carson. You're right. I agree with you. We're not ready for
Billy Carson. Didn't invent the Emerald Tablets, though. He just revised.
I read them.
The Emerald Tablets were written by Maurice Doriel.
Yeah, the thing is, though.
So I don't know why people are giving Billy Carson the credit for the Emerald Tablets. The credit doesn't go to Billy Carson.
But
like I said, it was written by Maurice Doriel.
Ashe, for you to say that someone doesn't exist is fine. To say they do exist is whether they exist or not. What I'm saying is you just can't make up your mind and say they don't exist based on just how you view the world, when that's not what the people are saying. Even if you look at that story, that could be a mythological story. That doesn't mean that they didn't believe Set or Osiris were real people at some point in time. Matter of fact, there's Osiris is on the king's list.
Man, you come right out of a comic book.
Did you know Osiris was on the king's list? I believe it's Osiris is on the king's list.
On which king's list is he on, though, Lex?
What difference does it make?
Oh my God, it makes a big difference.
Right.
You know it makes a big difference.
Right. Well, tell me what difference does it make if he's on the
Because
King's
you got
list?
one King's list that Manito got his hands all over.
Oh,
that he's putting. No, that's real talk.
All right,
that
I
he's
get
in
that.
certain stuff on.
But listen, brother, he's on the King's list, bro. Matter of fact, Tahuti brought that out on his channel when he was debating Jabari. How you got Osiris on the King's list, and then you got an empty tomb of Osiris somewhere in Egypt. So my point is, I'm saying I can't say that they definitely existed. You can't say that they didn't exist and try to make Kemet your symbolic religion because you don't like the fact that they might have existed. I'm saying that the Egyptians do not believe like you. And by the way, y'all, religion is just like martial arts.
All right, Lex, you gotta chill because you long-winded. When you say the Egyptians didn't believe or think like us, they didn't think like any of us. What are you talking about?
Including yourself.
That's what I'm saying. And according to their writings, those deities were real. You're saying that. They're not saying. What I'm saying is
it's not.
You can't show me where
according to their writings, don't say that they were real, bro.
All right, well, show me in their writings.
No, Lex, you got to prove that what you're saying. Show us.
No, this is where you got it wrong.
No, Lex, listen, bro. Show us in the sa.neter where they said Tahuti, Asar, Aset, Heru, they were real. Show us. I'm waiting.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is, will you let me explain something to you while y'all are logically off? Y'all's logic. Listen, real quick. Your logic is flawed. If I read a book today, the person wrote it like they would do in their everyday life. So that's how they seen life. You're asking me to show you. No, you have to show. Listen, you have to show me. Hold on,
Lex,
man.
If I may, Lex, I think the question.
Hold on, let me just tell them what they have to. You have to show me where their writings indicate. You're asking me to show you something that they didn't do. Show me where their writings indicate that they wasn't real. Okay, you can't ask me to say because they wrote it like they was real. When they wrote the gods and they was talking about that.
Let them show you, Lex. Let them show you. Go ahead.
This the thing, though. I would ask the brother.
The continent of Africa.
Go ahead. DMG. Go ahead.
I would ask the brother, just like you asked Lex to show you where in the sa.neter it say they was real. I would ask whoever asking that question, can you show me in the sa.neter where it say they fake?
No, that's what I've been asking them, DMG.
Listen, let's calm down. No, DMG.
I really do gotta say, everybody in the chat, everybody that's gonna see this on repeat, y'all see Sa got the best sound effects, the best music. Hit sa.neter Cash App, his super chat. We need that HOK soundtrack.
Thank you, brother.
I would not have a YouTube channel, and none of the other people, or whether they on the panel or whether they watching, would have a YouTube channel if it wasn't for what this man laid down. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all know he deserved the utmost respect and the utmost acknowledgement for setting the blueprint for what we all do. Hit the Cash App, hit the super chat. Salute to Scott and the HOK. Salute to the panel. The brother Blackmill, he done had his hand up for hella side.
Hold up, BMG. I was just about to speak.
Ashe, I got it up.
I
got it up, Ashe.
I was saying that Lex, you said all throughout Africa, you can look through African history in the mass game. Every culture, they use mass, and they would use the mass in the names of their deities. They never said that the Dogon tribe wear mass, the Ashanti tribe wear you can look up all the tribes that use mass in their ceremonies. Kemet was the same way. It's a continuation of continental brotherhood. Ain't no exterior or just a human walking around with a half human head. Now, let me finish this. No,
hold on, brother. Let me respond to.
No,
y'all be jumping.
You can, but you was long with. I got to finish. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth are mythological and not really written by the ancient community. Yes, mainstream scholars consider the Emerald Tablets of Thoth to be modern, not ancient Kemetic texts. what people mean by emerald tablets. There are two different things that often get mixed together. The emerald tablet singular, linked to Hermes Trismegistus, a short ancient alchemical text, likely written in late antiquity, not pharaonic Egypt. Famous lines, as above, so below. This one is old, but not written by the original Kemetic Tahuti. Comes from Greco-Egyptian Hellenistic traditions, not early Kemet. The last but not least, the Emerald Tablet of Thoth, plural, published in the 20th century by Maurice Dorel, claims to be translations of ancient Atlantean Kemetic wisdom. This is the one most people are referring to today, and there is no, I repeat, no archaeological evidence of these tablets. No original Egyptian text exists. Language and ideas reflect modern occultism, not ancient Kemetic writing. Go ahead.
All right. Since brother, let me respond to his first because he said something to me first. And let me show you how you killed yourself. You said that all through Africa, they wore those masks in those rituals, right? Is that correct, Khufu? All right. Do they also allow the energy of that mass to mount them and take over their bodies, and then they speak what the spirit is saying to the people? This is how they give their sermons in certain rituals. Does not that spirit, they call him a horse sometimes, mount that person and speak through that person? Yes or no?
Yes. In voodoo, the homie,
all right, hold on, stop right there. So in what he was saying, because there's even people who will tell you that the Kemetic system wasn't that different from any other African system. They had different names and symbols, but they ran the same thing. So when you say that they wore the mask of Tahuti, blah, blah, that, they also call down those energies as real energies, sir. You die right there.
Say that again. I didn't hear you, Lex.
Nah, you don't need to say it again.
They call down those energies just like in the voodoo ritual.
Oh, that's it, brother. That's it. Because I'm gonna bring on God energy in a minute. But what I want to say to you, Lex, just because they say it, just because they believed in it, it's just like Apostle. In history, when you read Apostle and his people and all these Hebrew Israelite niggas, right? And they say, yeah, this was real. This is real. That's what you're going to go to? That's what our youth going to go to? Hey, look at the history. There's a brother by the name of Apostle Saquon and Captain Tazariot. And them, they said that God was real. That's what you doing, Lex.
That's real.
That's the people in
That is not anywhere.
That's
exactly what you doing.
Yo, hold on. You keep cutting me off, brother. Let me finish. That is exactly what you're doing, Lex, whether you believe it or not. Oh, the people in Kemet, they believe that it's real. Yes, because that was their damn religion. That's who they were following. I told you that. So you're doing the same thing that our young people going to be doing in the future. Well, we reading Apostles of Quan and Captain Tazariot. Here's the video. Look at Captain Tazariot. Look at Zion Lex. They said that Jesus was real, and the Christians and the Hebrews, they was enslaved in Egypt. So that proved it. It was real. That's what the hell you doing, Lex.
Can I respond?
Wait, no, you wanted me to answer your question.
No, that's not what I'm doing, son.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. That's the absolute. You can't dispute the absolute, Lex.
Hold on, brother. I don't get to respond.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you respond, but you are a pseudo, Lex. You're pseudo, man.
And let me
all right, hold on, bro.
Question. The Kemetic system was the Kemetic system of spirituality, generally like the other African systems. They used mass for Tahuti, mass for Kunum, and different deities in their rituals, but they never believed they was half bird, half man walking around.
Thank you.
Who said that? Y'all are doing straw men.
Listen, it says you're on solid ground with the core idea, but it needs a bit of nuance. What the images actually look like. In ancient Kemet, deities like Tahuti, images, abyss-headed, Kunum, ram-headed.
What's you making, Apostle, man?
Were commonly shown as human bodies with animal heads. Did Egyptians think they were literally walking around like that?
He got the crown, baby.
I say no, not in a simple.
Khufu, you're doing a straw man, brother, because you already died. You telling me you already admitted.
but I
Hold on.
All right, yo, everybody stop. I'm not sharing
Hold up, son. You done came at me. You got these two dudes. Can I respond or what?
That's what you do is respond. That's the absolute. You can't beat that.
All right, no, yes, I can, because you lied. You said that I was doing the same thing they was doing. You just admitted.
Everybody would agree that that's the same.
Hold on, listen. You said you're agreeing with me that they did believe in it. You said, of course they believed in it because that's their religion.
But I've been said that a long time ago.
All right, now, so here's what I was saying earlier. Since they believed in it, you can't come here today and try to superimpose your atheist, materialistic beliefs and represent Kemet and talk science and say they didn't believe in this stuff. That was my thing from the beginning. Don't try to turn Kemet into some modern day, something that's cool, that's scientific, like it's using methodological modern science today. So what I'm saying, if you're going to criticize the Bible for myths, and you are on this Kemet thing, you're no different. They believe the deities were real, bro. Just like Apostle believes Adam and Eve was real. The ancient Egyptians believe that Osiris is real. If you want to take on Egyptian, and you say you don't, but you fly that flag, but you try to change Egypt into your own image. Image don't rock. Egypt don't rock with y'all. And the way y'all try to rock out with the whole monkey, modern day science, all that. No, Egypt don't rock with y'all.
God energy, let's go. Thank you, Lex.
Peace, y'all. I came in a little late. I didn't hear what was going on with the Emerald Tablets, but I hope we're not trying to make Tahuti real in some way to try to validate the Emerald Tablets and them being real and them being
we are trying to make him real.
Because that's wild. With that though, with the mass and the deity, you being indwelt by the deity, it's just as make believe in Kemet as it's make believe today in those rituals that they do with the mass. They still use a bunch of masks, right? And just because the text was written in a literalist point of view, that would be the same for Krishna and Vishnu and Kali as well, right? In the Mahabharata, in the Upanishads, all of these texts about those deities, they're written in a literalist way as well. So to make Tahuti real, just because Tahuti might be written in a literalist point of view in the narrative, then that would have to apply to the Greek gods, that would have to apply to the Indian gods, that would have to apply to Quetzalcoatl, right? Because all of the spiritual texts are written in a literalist point of view. Harry Potter is written in a literalist point of view. Game of Thrones was written in a literalist point of view. When George R.R. Martin wrote Game of Thrones, did he write in there, this is just a fictional story? No. So neither were the ancient Egyptians gonna write, this is just a fictional story when they was writing about Tahuti. You feel what I'm saying? Then we're also going to circle back real quick because y'all tried to play my brother Apostle as if being Scottish or English is a proxy for your ethnicity, right? So just because you put, let's get the smiles going. Everyone start cheesing, right? So just because someone is quoted to be of Scottish or English ancestry, that does not mean they were Indo-European. And also, they don't need to have recent African ancestry to not be Indo-European. I want to get that out there. And also, I'm going to leave off with a source, right? The reason why you can call into question the different ethnic groups of the different clans and tribes in Scotland is because it was documented by those individuals themselves. And you can reference the work House and Race of Douglas and Angus by David Hume Godscroft, right? So this person is writing from that time, and he's specifically writing about the house and race of Douglas and Angus. If the house of Douglas and Angus were the same one white race as all the other Scottish tribes, David Hume Godscroft would not have to devote an entire literary work to the house and race of specifically Douglas and Angus if everyone was just white. So you cannot use geography as a proxy for ethnicity or race.
Hey, God in it.
Hold on. Let me say this to you, Apostle. because the Elohim just spoke to me. Who's the Elohim? I'm talking about the spirit of my ancestors, Apostle. That's who I'm talking about, not the Bible. The Elohim, meaning more than one. They just spoke to me, and they told me that the God of the Bible told me to tell you, every time you pick up that bottle, brother, that is the Most High punishing you. You're 70 years old. We don't want to see you as an elder get cirrhosis of the liver. And by me telling you this, every time you pick up that bottle, think about the Most High punishing you. So now I hope that'll stop you from picking up that bottle, brother. Every time you pick it up, think about the Most High. He's punishing you. So that's the Elohim giving me that message to give to you, brother. Now, if you want to keep doing it and you don't believe in the Most High, that's on you. Let me go to my man, sa.neter.
Oh, don't do that and jump off like I'm some type of
absolute. I don't need no feedback. I don't need feedback from that. I don't want to debate from that. I just gave you some truth, and I want to move on, brother. Go ahead, sa.neter.
I'll be damned if that's true when it's concerning me. I'll be damned.
I like that shirt, 7. We got that at Lamar, right?
Don't do that, sa.neter, because you probably drink more than I do. Now, just because recently I haven't, other than the last time I bought a bottle was a year and 4 months ago. What the hell are you talking about? The last time I had a drink was one day last week. I don't drink this shit like that. My wife bought this bottle 2 months ago. What the hell are you talking about? I said, I have never been intoxicated off of alcohol in my life. Never drank so much alcohol that I could not come home, drive home, find myself at home, or either have not been able to walk from this den to my bedroom. Because I don't drink to get intoxicated. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm tired of having to say this. My wife has never, in the 31 years we've been together, seen me drunk. And she'll testify of that.
Damn, you know what? You 70 years old, and you've been with your wife for 31 years, Apostle?
I've been with this one for 31 years.
Listen. I've been with my wife for 37 years, brother.
But I was with the first one.
I outdid you, Apostle?
No.
Yes.
I was with the first wife for 15.
I've been with my wife for 30 plus years, brother.
When I was 23 years old, son.
Okay.
I was married to either one woman or two.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
30 years up.
So you've been with me. How old? I got you. Thank you. Let me move on now. Let me get my man sa.neter in the building.
Peace,
7, you look like you're tired now, man. You look tired, brother.
I actually woke up. I took a nap. I was working all day, so that's why I missed the first part of the show. I want to say peace to everybody on the chat, on the panel, and in the chat. And today, from what I heard, I want to talk to the believers. Because you got believers on here who are trying to contend with scholarship, and what mostly scholarships do to believers is hold them accountable. See, what believers confuse is they make claims and then they want us to prove the claims.
Right. Go ahead. Bring it out.
They are the ones that have to prove the claims that they're making, that they're asserting. And then when when the scholarship destroys their claims, they get upset and say, well, they didn't know what they was talking to.
Right.
Scholarship took processes. There was a process to disprove these stories. Lex is on here trying to say that these people believe that these deities were actually real. Where he's failed, and what a lot of people is failing to recognize. And God Energy spoke on it a little bit. There's a difference between something being real and something being literal. Freedom is real. Justice is real. Equality is real. But they're not tangible, literal things that I can touch and hold. Right?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
So we're talking about the literalness of these deities, Lex Vortex, and all you believers out there who think that these deities were actually real because the people believed them. And you're using belief as proof, not actual tangible evidence. And that's what's weakening your argument every time when you come on here and you say, well, that's what they believe. That's where someone who was a comedian, Tahuti, ran into a couple of days ago when he tried to backtrack the fact that he was arguing with Jabari that these people were literal, right? So I want these believers to understand, don't use the word real, because our argument isn't that these deities aren't real. Our argument is they're not literal, tangible people walking around with animal heads or whatever the description of your deity is. You couldn't prove that deity existed. All you can do is believe. So your belief is not proof. Don't come on platforms with intelligent people to try to gaslight us into the fact that we can't prove the deities aren't real. So that's why they may be real. That's just a fallacy in human intelligence. If you can't prove your claim, don't get mad at us because the evidence that we presented isn't satisfying enough to your belief. Because facts don't care about your belief, right? What's tangible and literal doesn't care about what you believe. So, coming up here on a panel like this, on a platform like this with your belief, it just shatters anything that you have to say as far as trying to prove your claim. And it makes you look foolish. And it's easy for people like myself, sa.neter, and others who have the scholarship to easily break your argument down, And that's generally what I wanted to say. I'll pass it on for other people to.
Well said.
That was terrible. That was terrible, 7-0 Sar. First of all, I'm not a believer. I believe in something. I wasn't making a case to say that the Egyptian deities were real. I was making a case to say that you can't say they wasn't real with any type of absoluteness. And there's no scholarship. There's no scholarship that provides evidence that they're not real. That's just their opinion about the ancient world. They were not there. And according to the text, it doesn't indicate that they were not real. So everything you said was gaslighting, because I'm not trying to make anyone believe in Osiris, is a real dude on a mountain somewhere. I'm telling you that you can't hijack Egypt. Not you, not sa.neter, not Reggie. You can't hijack Egypt and try to put your modern white man, atheist, scientific worldview on the Egyptian 7-0 Sar. You can't say that they didn't believe in those deities. And then earlier, you admitted, and here's what you just did admit. You said they're not literal. It doesn't mean they're not real forces. This is what I told you. So, and just like when Khufu made an example of other African traditions, they show symbolisms of their gods. They wear the mat, but they also invoke the real spirit of their gods. Y'all have yet to deal with that. Were they invoking the real spirit of Osiris? Was they invoking the spirit of war? And then I got you, because I can pull up text and show you the priest sacrificing to these gods. You don't sacrifice to myth, brother. So 7-0 Sar, you are not ready for me.
Yeah, let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak.
You're not. So just address, before you go, just address them sacrificing to the gods. Who are they sacrificing to? And do they invoke the spirit of those gods? And can you, according to the text, tell me that they didn't believe in those deities just by reading the text? Not what some modern day white man at Yale told you about the ancient Egyptians.
Now, everybody listen, you just heard what Lex did exactly what I said. And he speaks,
brother. Answer my question,
intelligence. His points. Somebody speaking? Hold on. I need to address what Lex said because He came up here with this fallacy argument, speaking like what he's saying is truth and fact, but he actually did what I said these believers do. Once again, no one is arguing about what people believe. People can believe whatever they want to believe. But when you try to translate your belief into something that is fact, right? That's where you run into the problem. And
brother, you already laid that out.
Whether or not,
Lex, you gotta let him go, man. He didn't cut you off. Go ahead.
Once again, you keep using this word real, right? And no one is arguing if they were real. Something can be real to somebody and not be literal. My argument and other people like me are the literalness of these deities. And you want to argue whether they believe it, if they're invoking spirits, how do they believe what they believe?
Did they?
I'm not arguing their belief.
Did they?
They did. And if they did, it has nothing to do with this argument on
no,
the literalness.
If they did, it
deities.
means that the deity is
real.
real.
Lex, and I didn't interrupt you. Have some discipline, brother.
Well, because you're kind of repeating yourself from your last
brother,
dialogue. You're not addressing.
If you have any questions or any response to me, wait till I finish what I'm saying, because I did the same to you. So have some discipline, right? And because you spoke without interruption and was able to relay your point and make your argument like you were right. But I'm dispelling all of that because you keep talking about how real something is and what people believe, and you're creating these straw man arguments to try to make yourself look smart, but no one's arguing that. What I'm arguing is the literalness, the literal. Use the word literal. Don't use the word real when you're talking to me, because I'm not debating if they were real. The reality and what's real to somebody is different from what something is literal. That's why you keep straying away from what is literal. You keep going back to what someone believes. We're talking about belief. We're talking about truth and fact that can be proven, tangible. What somebody think, what somebody wrote, and they can't believe and they can't prove it. That's what we're talking about, right? I can read a Superman book 100 years from now, and if somebody translated to me that it's his real history, that could turn into a belief, right? But we know Superman is not a real person. The places and some people that are in those books are real historical people, but that don't mean the story is real. So when you come on here trying to tell us, oh, we're wrong because we're over here trying to say that these people didn't believe. No one is making that argument of if people believed. Everyone on here knows that people believe, but their belief is not proof. And you coming up here with belief, and you're going to read these scriptures of what somebody wrote, but you can't show me any tangible evidence that what they wrote is fact. So, you can continue to try to defend this,
bro,
what is real, but you cannot show any of us that these deities were literal out in my
All right, Hercules, what up, man? Hercules, let's go.
Sa's saving you, bro.
No, I gotta move on.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, he didn't address any.
I'm getting ready to end the show, and I want to go around to get everybody's point. Let's go, Hercules.
Hey, Hotep of BB2 Meat, fam. Real quick, brother Lex, it's like you're on the borderline. You know what I'm saying? You're on the borderline, brother. We talked about this the other day. We talked about the deities the other day when we was talking about Anam-Ra and Atum and Nun and all that stuff. So the point is that they're not literal people. We know that. And we know that the people of Kemet may have thought that they was real people.
Right.
However, the priests were the ones who knew and understood that these were entities and laws of nature. Not everybody had that knowledge that they was laws of nature. That was left up to the priests. But people in the society may have thought that, I'm saying these were real people or something like that. They may have thought that, but we know that's not true because the priests and the way they put them on the walls and describe them with the animal heads is showing you that is a representation. It is a symbol. And when people passed away, you know what I'm saying, we have like Imhotep and Seti and Amenhotep, when they passed away and they rose them to the deity status, you see them rising them up to a deity status. That's different from when you have Asar, who's already at the deity status, Jehudi, who's already at the deity status. It is a difference because they understood that these weren't actual people, that they was laws of nature. So yes, you had the people in the community, in the nation who didn't understand that because they weren't the priests. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have that level of knowledge. And so I think this is one of the things that we get kind of confused, you know what I'm saying, when we looking back at it. And if you're not reading and understand it, as you pointed out, you know what I'm saying, doing the rituals and these people taking on the persona and absorbing that energy, that doesn't mean that it's a real person, that the energy is real. You know, the energy is real, yes, but not a real actual human being that live. And yes, I've seen the records as well. I've seen the studies that people that said that Asar may have been a real person in ancient times, and they just rose into a deity status. They not sure, but they think that like 30,000 years ago, it may have been, you know, an actual king named Asar. You know, it's something like that. But to say that I would say just that the general population will probably believe that these were like real people, just like the Christians and Muslims today. They truly believe in their religion and don't understand the symbolism behind it. And only the bishops and the people who have that high status understand the symbolisms behind it. So it would be the same thing back then. That's the only pushback I would have.
So now we gotta.
No, go ahead, Si. Everybody next.
No, Lex. I'm going around. Mr.
They're addressing me though, sir.
All right.
They're like addressing
Mr. Truth Teller. Go ahead, close us out.
All right, hey, sir. Okay, according to the Sumerian tablets, not me. According to these tablets, you have Asar on his mothership. You got Allah on his mothership. You got Thoth, but in the Sumerian language, he's known as Nigish Zeta. Okay, you got these actual beings all together, that all these different gods on this mothership. Now, and then you even got Marduk, he's known as Ra in Egypt. Okay, you got all these different beings on this in these tablets. Not me. I read the Sumerian tablets. Okay, and then when you go in the Imram tablets, it's specifically supposedly written by Thoth himself, because it continues to say, I Thoth, the Atlantean. That's what he say. It's like he writing in the first person, and he's saying that in the Imram tablets that his brothers, the Atlanteans, went into hiding in a place called Shambhala, known as the subterranean kingdom that's under the crust of our earth. That's what he says in his tablets. I'm repeating what it say. Okay. So according to those Sumerian tablets and according to the Imram tablets, translated by Maurice Doriel, not Billy Carson, okay, these were actual people according to those texts, those two texts that I just mentioned. Now, do I know? I don't know, but I do know for a fact. I tried a meditation in the Imram tablets and it worked. I know that for a fact. Okay. I do know that. But other than that, the one guy that was saying, there's no bodies to present, there's no evidence. He right, it's not. But according to them texts, yeah, they supposed to be real people.
All right, everybody closing out. Oh, you coming late? We did like 4 hours.
I won't close out with something.
All right, real quick. I heard through the grapevine that something. I'm telling you what I heard, brother. That you were afraid. I don't believe it. I'm gonna say it right now. I do not believe it. That you were afraid of the truth teller.
What, who?
Right
here. Got it just went, huh?
The truth teller.
Wait, what? That was breaking up. What'd you say, son? I just heard my name at the end because everything was sound distorted at first.
I heard that you was afraid of the truth teller. What? I got that from a reliable source.
Oh, you mean the guy that was just talking?
Yeah, the brother right here, the truth teller.
I thought he was playing. He wasn't playing just now. He was serious. He couldn't have been. He was double talking. He said he ain't saying it. He said he ain't saying it. He said I ain't saying it. I read it somewhere, but I ain't saying it. He ain't saying it. So he ain't saying it.
All right, go ahead. Close out. Close out.
Say this though, man. Yeah, Chuck Morgan gonna be coming on the platform
next Sunday.
We're gonna deal with the Saguru diagnosis, whatever that is, the tablets, diagnostic handbook. We need to deal with that. I don't know if y'all gonna talk about that, but yeah, we need to talk about that, Chuck Morgan. You got people, individuals, acting like that's black people or black something. Just they won't say. They're like my man just now. I'm saying it. I'm not saying I read it, but I don't believe it, but I kind of believe it. I don't believe it. It's all that. It's never clear. I'm closing out with that, man. I'll be live in the morning, man, on sa.neter Studios, man. Appreciate you.
All right. All right. Let me
You
go on.
Where's Saul been looking like he was looking like this when that man was telling you like.
Hold on, Sal, what I missed? I got logged out. I just heard my name and I heard you mention me or something.
No,
what I missed?
I was saying that I heard through a reliable source that Unc was afraid of you. Oh, that's funny. You even got a
You know that's me. That would be me.
All right, so who's next, huh?
7, let's go, 7. Yo, y'all could get head out. Y'all can exit out.
Man,
I want to say something.
7, you got a minute. Let's go. Close out.
You on mute.
7, let's close out, brother. You got a minute.
Yeah, I just want to say. Okay, appreciate you, Sal. Yeah, I just want to say that these people on here who want to speak about what somebody believes, perception is reality, right? So somebody can perceive something is real and be living in straight, not in what's real, be living in a mystery. And we can't take what someone believes as to be fact. You can't say that you're doing real scholarship if you up here and the only evidence you need of something is what someone said, because then that lays no credibility to you doing real research. You want to lean on your belief than leaning on what is actually truth, literal and tangible, because it makes you feel good. You know, believers are feel-good people. They in their feelings. It's about what I feel. It's not about what is fact or what I can prove. And they constantly want to make claims and put the burden of proof on the people who disagree with the claims or are showing proof that their claims aren't actually facts. And they get upset and say, well, you can't prove that it isn't. You know, all I can prove is there's no evidence of what you're saying is true, right? And your evidence is just what someone wrote down. And it makes you look weak in your argument. It shows who you truly are, a believer and not a fact finder. And what we do here, we fact find. We establish what is real. We don't live in a perception of myths and untruths. We live in what we can touch, feel, and know, and all three at the same time. So, you know, any of you who want to still lean on your belief as fact, you can do that. You have the right to do that. But when you come on platforms like this and contend with people like me, right, you look foolish.
That's right.
You look foolish.
That's right. Beautiful closeout. Beautiful closeout.
Yes, sir.
All right, Rakufu, let's go, brother.
I just want to say in attention to that statement about, you know, Africans didn't do have hybrid in the West deities. I'm gonna bring one deity here named Mami Wata, was half mermaid, half woman. Just like you got half Anubis, half dog head, half man. The same rituals that Lex was talking about that they would meditate on and call the spirit. They would call the hybrid spirit of Mami Wata way in West Africa. They would call Anansi, the spider, half man, half spider form in the Akan tribe. So all throughout Africa, you can find hybrid deities. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Beautiful, beautiful. You might as well say Anubis was a real person too. Right. All right, let's go, Apostle. Let's go.
Thank you, man. Real quick, I saw a 68-year-old Scottish Rite Masonic guy, old guy, and he's 68 and said his daddy 93, and his daddy pledged 100 years ago or whatever. But he belongs to an all-male, all-white, do not accept female, do not accept blacks in his lodge. And they let him tell it. That belongs to them. And black folk ain't got no business being involved in it. But they do accept Muslims, Christians, Jews, as long as you're white. You're welcome. Okay?
Do that surprise you?
No.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to share. But I just thank God for his spirit. King J stepped into the water. He got a debate coming up with the Queen. And I guess right after that, he's stepping in deep water. He's gonna be KOT. KOT said anybody want to debate on the information that he shared, and they came up with a topic: is Jesus Christ referenced or prophesied in the Old Testament?
And I'm gonna say yes.
Well, King J say no.
King J don't know the Bible.
Well,
yes.
So we got to set that up. You can either do it, or I can do it, or whatever.
Of course, because it don't say Jesus Christ. See, that's what he's looking for. He's looking for the word Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what's established. We're not looking for the word Jesus Christ, but we're looking for.
That's what King J is looking for. I'm saying, because he don't see the word Jesus Christ, he thinking is no.
Right, but we're looking for the attributes, the reality, the spirit, as such as that. So I think King J got another 2 losses coming. He's gonna lose to the Queen, and of course he's gonna lose to KOT, I believe. But I'm biased. I can't wait. So let's hook that up for them. We had a good show. I was looking for his music, man. I couldn't find it to shut down the show yesterday on the music list. Maybe
what music?
From KOT. Didn't he do something for you?
Oh yeah. He got a few songs up there. You can't find it.
I couldn't find it.
All right.
I looked over there, I couldn't find it. I wanted to close out with one of his songs, man.
All right. Thank you, man.
Call you, but we had a good show last night. I'm looking forward to Chuck Morgan. Chuck Morgan is to come on, and he's supposed to refute some of KOT's information. Make sure you do that, sir.
Let me let you know. Now, I'm rolling with Chuck Morgan all the way. When it comes to that information, that's not to take nothing away from my brother KOT. But Chuck Morgan, you don't want to deal with that, brother. That brother is a beast.
All right. Well, he said he can refute it.
He could.
He want to refute it.
And he could.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. Hey, Lex, thanks for dropping by. I see you in a different light now, man. Yes, sir.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Get it up.
You know what?
That's right, Apostle.
No, let me tell you something, Apostle. Lex, you don't go yet. Let me tell you something, Apostle. The reason why you see him in this light is because he's trying to shine on your shine. Next week, remember, Lex used to be a Satanist. He would tell you, I'm a Satanist.
Yeah, I know.
He always brag about that. He used to wear feathers and say, I'm an Indian, bro. And he used to brag about that.
I got a whole headdress coming.
Yeah, he used to wear the feds. Hold up. He used to wear the feds, man, and say he's a Moor. Come on, bro.
Bro, you ain't never seen me in no feds, bro.
All right, no, I take that one back. I didn't see him in the feds. But
you saw him in feathers.
Yeah, but he used to be Black Power. I know that because when he was down with 3 the Hard Way, him, Solimar, and the other brother, I forgot his name. Damn, what's my man name, Lex? You know. Oh God. Yeah.
Hey, bro, I don't know why you always seem to want to run this campaign against me.
No,
it don't affect.
All I'm doing
is
no, Lex. I'm showing your growth. That's all it is. Because I used to be a Christian. Then I changed to become a Muslim. Then I changed to become. See, so that's all I'm showing you. I'm just showing you different steps that you have grown from.
Okay, brother.
Lex used to be Kemet.
First of all, though,
Lex used to be
listen,
atheist.
Hold up, listen, bro.
No. You're gonna close out. That's why I'm saving you for last, because I know you're gonna go a little longer. You're gonna go a little longer. Let me go to Black Mill. Black Mill, you got the floor. Black Mill, let's go.
Take me off the street.
Yes, I would have quote from Marcus Garvey. You know, every man is a religion unto himself. You know, because no two people think alike. You know,
right?
Yeah, and even if we profess the same faith, you still find people arguing over certain little, you know,
right.
whether it's theology or whatever. And the next thing I would say, the Passover, I just wanted to say that just simple symbolism that became literal, like, you know, earlier on. Yeah. The Passover, right? The Passover, what we say in the Passover and the resurrection, right? These two things are right now. We have the sun coming above the equator and rising in the constellation of the Ram. That's astronomy, eh? Right now. That's in the 23rd of March. 23rd, 21st, 22nd, 20. So the sun is moving from that. We're coming from the winter season, which is the rainy season down here in the Caribbean. So we're coming out of the watery abyss, and then we're coming into what they call the fire sign, you know, because that's when the sun is the hottest, because we're in the spring season. The trees are going to drop their leaves, you know, and then, you know, maybe by next 2 months, you'd see them start, you know, growing back leaves. It's almost like the same thing. And then just simply the brother, the elder recently, which is the Kemetic elder, if you remember, Saba, you were on the phone. I don't think you catch that aspect of what he was saying. He was saying that even Jabari and him, they're fasting during that same, you know, Lent season that the Catholics and these different people are fasting. So sometimes I'm wondering if that was something that maybe people was doing secular before it became a religious thing. Because Jabari and them are fasting. Even the Islamic brothers were keeping Ramadan during that same Lenten season, if you understand what I'm saying. And it's all about symbolism. The sun, which is the eastern star, which is they call Easter, the eastern star, because the sun rises from the east, and it comes in the 21st of March into the Ram, where we have the sacrificing of the lamb. That's where that symbolism, and now people are doing that literal. But before that, that's what the ancients knew. That's their stories they wrote down, and now we take it religiously, and you know, we're doing physical, killing a ram physically, and all these things. So yeah, bless.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what my brother was talking about. Shout out to Black Mill. I was lost with Black Mill, man. I don't know what the fuck.
He was in the Zodiac, man. He was into the Zodiac.
Yeah. But let me bring on my man, Black Suntan.
All right, peace to the panel, man. And I like to just say, man, that all of this contention and going back and forth, man, is just a building of knowledge, man. What I personally do is take out the gems and storm in my knowledge base, man. A dude like Lex, he been do different things, as sa.neter said, so he got a lot of knowledge on different concepts, and he got his idea. So it's never personal with me. It's all about us living and learning and getting it in, man, and learning off of each other. So peace to the panel, and I'm gonna love these kind of conversations. Like I say, I'm store these nuggets up of knowledge and put them in my own chest and keep them so I can pass them on to the younger people, man. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Suntan. Peace to you. See you tomorrow. I got
Yes, sir.
Professor Larry coming in the building tomorrow.
Uh-oh. Realism.
All right, Lex, you got the floor, brother.
Yeah, peace. Hey, yo, could you pull that link up real quick I put in the back?
Oh, that was you, Sharon? Because I took it down. I didn't know.
I didn't share. I just posted a link in the chat.
Okay.
In the back chat.
But yeah, let me say this. Yeah, I have been through a lot of schools of thought, y'all. A lot of people try to use that against me because they can't have a straight up conversation with me. And the fact that I went through all those schools of thought, I think it kind of made me wise. Now, it wasn't like sa.neter said, like, you know, I went through all those changes like probably 10 years ago. And some of them overlap. For instance, like I'm always Black Power. You don't start being Black Power
Right.
and stop being black power.
Right.
Right. And also, even with Islam, like there's certain disciplines that I picked up from Islam that I do to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like getting up for Fajr, that just became a habit for me. So to this day, I still probably just wake up at when the sun is rising. You know what I'm saying? And so those are all, you know, my process. But today I want to say, did you get that link, sa.neter?
No. Put it in the regular chat.
It's in the studio chat, bro. It's right in the back.
Yeah, I see it. But what about it?
Yeah, click on it. I just want to pull it up real quick to end my.
Nah, if I click on it, it's going to take my page to it, and I'm on. That's why you put it in the studio. It's going to take me away from StreamYard.
Why don't you share it, man?
That's what I just told him.
I'm on my phone right now.
Oh, okay.
No, you could do the same thing you did. I could click on it in the regular chat.
Oh, just put it in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me put it in the
click
chat.
on it, Apostle. Go in the back chat and click on it, Apostle.
All right.
Yeah, you can share it. But
well, you put it in there and I'll share it.
It's in there
it's
already.
in the studio chat, bro. All you gotta do is click on it. If
You
you
see
look
where
in the
it say
chat,
private? See where it say private?
Yeah, private.
Yeah, hit private. Then you don't see the link all the way at the top.
Okay.
people studio chat. But let me say this while he's getting that up. I think that people are polarized, just like Democrats and Republicans. You got so-called, you know, it has to be one or the other, and that's what y'all are into. Y'all are polarized between science and religion, spirituality, what the ancients knew, and what these atheist dummies don't know.
With this, man.
What's that?
It's nothing for me to click on.
All right, bro. It don't matter. It's all right. Is that the ancients knew spirit is always a part of science. When the ancients were discovering the natural world, they realized there was forces, and you need to listen close, Khufu and Seven Osar. There's forces that you can't measure and weigh, and you will never be able to measure or weigh or harness the consciousness, intelligence of the universe. There's some people who want to get control of that. And so they deny it exists. And this is what they call in modern science, where they take away consciousness and spirit and all of this and say we're just dealing with the natural world. But they'll tell you things about dark energy, things that they can't measure away, but we can detect it. This is the same way the ancients knew about these deities and their forces. Now you heard, I think Seven Osar, he made some lame speech about finding facts and all of that. But even they have to admit, and another brother brought up Mami Wata and said they invoke these energies. There's people in the Yoruba religion that say they seen Mami Wata walking on the lake. Now, whether that, and it appeared, and she appeared in that form. Yes, so Anubis, he must have appeared to the Egyptians like that, according to them. That's how they depicted him. And they invoked his spirit. Somebody talking about, we're not talking about real, we're talking about literal. Bro, we're talking about the same thing. What are you talking about? If it's a real energy, if it's depicted symbolically in a picture, that's just a symbolic picture. It's still a real energy. So y'all can't claim Egypt. What y'all are trying to do, y'all are trying to take atheistic, silly beliefs and superimpose them on the ancients. And the reason why, now let me put this in the chat real quick, sa.neter, because I want you to get this real quick. And then I know you're in a rush, but let me just put this link in the chat so you can get it real quick. Because I want.
What happened to him, son?
I don't know. He should be coming straight.
I'm here. I'm still here. I just want. I'm trying to put that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just putting it. It's gonna be like 10 seconds. It's gonna go out because I'm putting that link in the chat real quick. It's gonna be real quick because I want the people to see this. Hold on.
All right.
All right, here it is. The link is too big to put in the chat. Hey, Apostle, you don't see that in the people's chat right there?
In the private chat? No, it's not coming up, man.
sa.neter, you can't click on that in the private chat?
Nope.
Why not?
When I click on the private chat, it says start conversation. It's like it's
go under people and then studio chat.
People.
So it should be next to studio chat.
Okay, I see you here.
Yeah, click that.
Auto. Yes. Clicked it.
Yeah. Okay. You got it?
Let me see. Edit, chat.
Nah, you ain't got to edit. It's just a link, brother.
I'm going there, the link. Right. I'm going there. When I click on it, this is what's coming up. So I'm trying to chat with guests. What you want me to click on? Click from studio? I don't want to ban it.
Yo, Lex, go without all of that, man.
Hold on. All right, man. Never mind. They don't want y'all to. Never mind, yo. So anyway, yeah.
I just clicked on it, and I don't know what happened to him. There you go. Right.
It's cool, bro. It's cool. It's cool. So anyway, good convo, man. I think we just need to be a little unbiased both ways. Good conversation. We need to find a balance between the seen and the unseen, like the ancients did. And it's all good, man. Peace to everybody.
All right, peace, man.
All right, peace. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lex, man, but this is beyond my grade. I don't know.
All right. So, Apostle, peace and blessings. Good to see you yesterday live going in. You had a great show yesterday.
Yeah, you know I got Yarrow for Wednesday, right?
There you go. That's good. What's the topic? You should have told me so I could have made the flyer.
Is interview. Let's talk about it. Yarrow. It's an interview with Elder Yarrow. Let's talk about it.
I got you. What time?
6 o'clock. My time.
And what time? Oh, so you're out in front of me or behind? Yeah. Behind me.
I'm in front of you.
Okay. So that'll be 6 o'clock my time. That'll be 7 o'clock your time.
7 o'clock your time, 6 o'clock my time.
So you behind me, like I said, bro.
No, I'm in front of you. It'll be 6 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock your time.
That means you're behind me, Apostle.
All right. Behind.
That's that liquor, bro.
That ain't the liquor. That ain't the liquor. I'm in front. If I'm 6 o'clock and you 7 o'clock, I have yet to get to 7 o'clock.
Right. That means you're behind me, brother. I'm an hour in front of you.
Okay, you in front of me. Well,
I'm an hour in front of you, brother.
Okay, you say so.
I get to 7 before you, right?
Yeah.
All right, so what that mean? Am I behind you or in front of you?
You say behind.
That's that liquor, bro. Yeah, that's that liquor. All right.
No, but yeah, it's 6 o'clock Mountain Time, whatever, Central Time, whatever that is.
All right, peace and black power, everybody. We out.
Yeah. All right.